Hey YouTube, Video Blobby here. It's time to start our United Stormwind set review. I know you're excited about a lot of these cards, and I am too, so why don't we just get started? Wouldn't that be awful, chat? If it was 3 hours of that. Anyway, let's actually get started with the set review. Hi, I'm Video Blobby. I know you're excited about these cards, and you am too. So I'll take a poo. We're starting with the neutrals. Should we have sorted by rarity? Is that an option? Oh, wait. Let me just click here. Yeah. It didn't give us that as an option. So that's okay. We'll go by mana. Alright, we have Elwynbor. Yo, I have a banana here. Enjoy, YouTube. I was starting to get hungry. Thanks, Pass Blobby. No ASMR voice. We're doing a set review. I appreciate the gesture, though. I'm not even going to refund you as a punishment. So take that. We're not messing around here, chat. This is a set review. Smash that like and subscribe. I say we're not messing around and then I start eating a banana. Sorry, chat. Same answer for you. Same answer for all of you. I am going to be points rich by the end of this. It's like in Monopoly. All those points are going into the coffer. And, what happens to those monies in Monopoly? I don't even remember. Chat united, never divided. Well, chat, let me put it this way. You can choose to unite. This is a stream structure that allows you to have agency in choosing to unite. I will just destroy you for it. Seems like a fair trade-off, right? Feel like you have some agency? There's a real insurrection happening in the chat. Blobby is a real fascist? Yeah, not like those fake fascists that you hear about on the fake news. This is like in God of War, where regardless of which option I choose, I go down the same path. Yeah, that's the choice that capitalism affords us. Fake video game dialogue tree options. That's actually a really good metaphor for it. I'll have to keep that one in mind. Elwynbor. If you... Death Rattle. If you had 7 Elwynbors die this game, equip a 15/3 Sword of 1,000 Truths. This is a 1-mana 1/1 epic beast. And I think it should be pretty obvious why it's basically undraftable. I will give it 0.5 points. In fact, I should add my scale. It's going to be 0 to 5. So 0.5 is the second lowest that you could possibly get. I don't give it 0 because you could draft and play this, and it would do something on the board, right? So there are cards that in Arena really will do nothing. Those are the 0 cards. The cards that are just not doing really much of anything at all, but still do something, that's 0.5. could be a little smaller. Cool. But yeah, I think that we don't have to belabor this point too much. 15-3 Sword of a Thousand Truths is a funny thought, though. Yeah, just like Blobby movie reviews. It'll make it into some crazy constructed decks. That sounds like it could be fun. It's called Illusion of Agency. Yeah, maybe its epicness hurts its draftability. That's probably a 0 Gary Glaive, I imagine. Let's see the sword. Oh, yeah. After your hero attacks, destroy your opponent's mana crystals. That's funny as hell, though. You know what? 5 out of 5 card. Okay. South Park reference? I did not know that. Oh, from their like D&D episode. That's really funny. All right, Peasant. It's literally just called Peasant. I love it. 1 mana, 2/1. At the start of your turn, draw a card. 1 mana, 2/1 for a 1-drop is a mediocre stat line. At the start of your turn, draw a card. That's a cool upside. If you're gonna just draft a mediocre 1-drop anyway, you may as well have an upside for it. Now, this upside is at the start of your turn, so at least 9 times out of 10, the Peasant's going to die. But it's still something that you can leverage. Because just knowing that the opponent will have to kill something that you play is, like, useful. That being said, it's extremely easy to remove this. And I think it's not going to be worth drafting except in a bad bucket. And then you'll be maybe okay picking it up. Yeah, 2/1 with, like, optional taunt. Oh, you think it's an insane 1-drop? Really? I have pretty different feelings about it. I think it's not. I think it's, like, solid. But let me think about this some more. So you can, like, flood the board with the Peasant. It's just there are 1-drops like this that guarantee draw you a card. This is not one of those. A 1-mana Loot Hoarder if it doesn't die on turn 1. That's, I think, a better way to put it for me. But that actually doesn't sound like a good card, though. You think it's such a good card, too? On turn 1, yeah. If you hit this on turn 1 and the opponent doesn't have ping, then that's pretty good. So 2.5 is the average. Let's put this at... Are Og Merchants still going to be all over? I'm pretty sure. They said what the set rotations are, but I'm pretty sure we still have Og Merchants. Yeah, that is cute, Pill Guy. Chat really likes the Peasant. Maybe I may be wrong about this. I feel like 3 is the top end that I'm willing to go with this card. Peasant survives 0 turns, 2 stars. Peasant survives 0 turns is like a 1.5, maybe verging on a 1, I think. We don't... 1 mana 2/1s are... That's not really what we want. I'll give it a 3. I may be wrong about the card. But... Hearthstone has started an update. Ooh. Stockades Guard. Battlecry, give a friendly minion taunt. Wow, that's pretty good. So 1 mana, 1/3, much nicer stat line for a 1-drop. And the ability, it will always go off if you have another minion on board. Peasant will shine as an aggro pick. Yeah, more so. I'm not that into that peasant, but it's an okay one drop because it could potentially replace itself in your hand, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty close to how I feel about it. I think it's okay. Og merchants are out. That's good information. That does make peasant a little better, and I feel better about it rating it 3. There's no downside to this card, exactly. I think this is just solid. I draft 1 mana 1/3s sometimes in certain decks, and I feel fine about it. And you get this bonus taunt, which can be good for control as well as aggression. So it's 1 drop with utility. Is it 3.5 terrain? I think it's 3.5. Because as you all are pointing out, 1 mana 1/3s are already solid, and being able to give something taunt is a pretty rare ability in the game, and a very valuable one, and at least in this meta has felt extremely useful for preserving the game for another couple more turns. Yeah, but then they can Black Knight it. You're right. Auctioneer Jackson. That's a cool name for a femme presenting person. Jackson Galaxy. 2 mana 2/3. Whenever you trade. This is legendary, by the way. 2 mana 2/3. Whenever you trade, discover a card from your deck to draw instead. I'm not going to read the flavor text. I will die. This is going to be a long card review. You can read it if you want with your eyeballs. Trade is... Oh, thank you, Pill Guy. I was about to be so confused. Tradeable. Okay. I was like, does this card really say every time you trade with another minion with anything on board, you discover a card for your deck? That can't be right. No, okay. So there's a 2 mana 2/3 fine stat line. Whenever you play a tradeable card, which is the new mechanic, drag this into your deck to spend 1 mana and draw a new card. It's like a built-in cycle for certain cards. We'll see more of them later. Whenever you do that, discover a card from your deck to draw instead. So rather than getting the draw you already would have gotten, you discover. That's actually not a huge upside because it's a combo and you were already getting the card draw. It's a good ability, don't get me wrong, but it's less of a huge upside than... Like, every time I get to the next understanding of this card, it goes down in my estimation. So I think we could probably call this a... Because, again, it's a 2 mana 2/3, not really a downside other than that being a relatively mediocre stat line. With its upside, I think we could maybe call it a 2.5. Does that seem fair to y'all? It's a legendary. So you really, I think, will probably only take this when the other legendaries in the bucket are bad. And that's fine. Deep Run Engineer, a 2 mana 1/2 Battlecry, discover a mech. It costs 1 less. It's not exactly like that because you were already going to get the card in this case. You just get to choose between 3 of them. So it's a key difference there. It's not like a card draw. You're getting the card draw already. Discovering a mech and it costing 1 less. So you save... You can think about the mana this way. You save 1 mana on the mech that you're going to play, and you lose 1 mana on the Deep Run Engineer. So really, it's more like a 1 mana 1/2. But delayed. Discover a mech is kind of neat. I like mechs. Mechs are strong. You can discover tonks and stuff, right? How many good mechs are there, though? It's going to be highly expansion dependent, and that's not something that we're really reckoning with in this set review. Trying to rate things generally. But there's a decent amount of good mechs, though. It's not Dragon's level of good, but... You think mechs are kind of watered down? A Claw Machine. Again, I'm not rating based on the sets that are going to be in. I'm rating in a vacuum as much as I can. So yeah, I think I like this card. It's not going to set the meta on fire, but any Discover mechanic is pretty valuable. Do I think it's above average? I think I do. I'll give this a 3. It's a kind of a bad card itself, like a bad body, and it's a bit slow. So I'm not going to rate it higher than a 3. A 3 seems fair. Hey, you're welcome, Gary Glaive. Enjoy them packs, everybody. Two mana, 1/2, discover a dragon if you're holding a dragon. And that was a very powerful effect that you didn't use much because it's hard to draft that synergy. And this doesn't have that limitation, which is cool. Encumbered Pack Mule. Rare, 2 mana, 2/3. Taunt. When you draw this, add a copy of it to your hand. So, once again, 2 mana, 2/3 by itself is fine. Giving it Taunt is great. A 2 mana, 2/3 with Taunt, that's Bone Chewer Brawler without the additional upside. And I love Bone Chewer Brawler. Plus, you get an extra one of these when you draw it. So really, the only time that won't help you is when you have it in your opening hand. And it's a fine thing to keep in your opening hand, too, because it's a 2-drop. This card is Chain Gang? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so, huh? How long can this go on? Is it worse, though, Chaos Ice? I think it's better. I think it's a better Serenite Chain Gang. You don't have to play them at the same time. It's much more flexible. And you can play it sooner in the game. I think it's a better Serenite Chain Gang. I like this card a whole lot. I think it's not busted or anything, but that's why I think I want to give it a 3.5. It's just a cut above, and it's flexible, and it generates something, and it's got a picture of a pissed off mule on it. I really don't see where we can go wrong with this card. Yeah, I already talked about the mulligan thing. We covered that. With the new mechanic, you can trade it for infinite value. No, this is not a tradable card. So for the new mechanic, you would have to see the word tradable on it. Unless I misunderstand your question. That mule hates capitalism. But hey, this mule has a choice. It could keep walking forward with all this crap on its back, or it could lay down and die. What's wrong with a system that gives a mule a choice? I don't know. Nothing's wrong. Florist. 2 mana, 2/3. Common. At the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a nature spell in your hand by 1. Spell tag synergies. Again, a 2 mana, 2/3 with no downside, so this is just about measuring what the upside does for us. Druids will love this in Constructed. I think it'll be pretty good for Druids in Arena, too. It's at the end of your turn, so it will go off. Cheaper nature spells, that's like... I think that's so powerful. You know Nordrassil, that minion, the 4 mana 3/5 that makes your next spell cheaper? That card even feels really good, even though it has a bad stat line. Cheaper spells is really nice. Yeah, it is pretty nice card art. some lovely pastels. What's up? What's up? Florist's flavor text is a Gertrude Stein reference. Trade district, a shop. Color legendary, golden. Rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. Okay, that's pretty good. Respect to the designers for the Gertrude Stein reference. It's not the best Gertrude Stein imitation of style I've seen, but you know, they went there. Thank you for making me look at this particular flavor text, pill guy. You know, chat, I was in a play that was adapted from a Gertrude Stein book once. Listen to me. This is when I was in college. Really, really interesting director. He adapted the piece himself. You'd go 3.5. I think 3. It's not an upside that will always be relevant, and it's still a 2-mana 2/3. What would I rate a neutral 2-mana 2/3? Like a 1.5, probably. Maybe a 2, probably a 1.5, right? And this is not that much better, right? So we're gonna call it a 3, I think. And even 3 is maybe a little bit generous. We talked about Stein a few days ago. Dr. Stein? No, I don't remember talking about Gertrude Stein, huh? It does little if you don't have a nature spell. Yeah, exactly. So we'll call that a 3. Mailbox Dancer. Yes! Get it, Mailbox Dancer. 2-mana 2/3 rare. Battlecry, add a coin to your hand. Death Rattle, give your opponent one. Interesting. So this is an upside and a downside. You get your coin sooner, which is better than getting it later. But the opponent will still get a coin. And so, to me, this is a card that you will draft over bad cards because it has upside and downside that somewhat cancel out. Or this is a card that you will draft in certain kinds of decks that have a lot of spell burst or combo synergies, or maybe that you're trying to ramp into something. And just hope that the opponent does not have a similar kind of deck where they can take advantage of the coin as much. Guessing this is some sort of WoW reference. Maybe it's a WoW reference. I took it to be a reference to street performers. Ah, yes, Pill Guy, I remember now. Mm-hmm. Great card when you are on coin, but not so much if you go first IMO. Yeah, I think it's below average. I think 1.5 is pretty fair, or 2. Again, it really depends on the draft, whether you like this card or not. In WoW, people jump on the mailbox and dance. Okay, well then, there you go. Okay, we could call it a 1.5. Just saying, like, in general, this might not be the most favorable thing to draft. You know what? I changed my mind, too. Because if we're saying that a neutral 2-mana stat line is like a 1.5, I think this is better than that. But only a little bit. And only in some decks. If you have a lot of spell burst, this is really, really, really helpful. Or if you have, like, any sort of spell-related synergy. That's not uncommon. I find that with so few spells in the draft, something like an extra coin might be really valuable. Pandaren Importer. 2-mana, 1/3 common card. Battlecry. Discover a spell that didn't start in your deck. So this is just cheaper Scorpids. I mean, it's not, because it's not poisonous, and so it's a huge world of difference. But discover a spell is it's wildly good. And 2 mana 1/3 is not an impressive stat line, but we can live with that. Chaos Ice thinks it's a 5. It's not a 5 because it's worse than like a Scorpid, right? And that's 5. It's at least a 4 though. 2 mana 1/3 Battlecry, discover a spell that didn't start in your deck. Scorpid that could technically give Demon Hunter their best spells every time. Yeah, what if you're playing a warrior though? Because you draft non-Cycle of Hatred, you almost always get Cycle of Hatred as an option. But, oh, wait, so how does this work, chat? Explain this to me, because I get confused. Sometimes it works some ways, and sometimes it works other ways. Will this discover you only spells from Demon Hunter, if you're playing a Demon Hunter? It will, right? Because that's how the other similar discovery cards works, right? It should only give you spells that were possible to be in your deck. So it's a very indirect way to phrase it, but I think I take your point. See, now that's the confusing thing. As it's worded, it will discover spells from all the pool and not just the class. It is a mulligan for not having the option to draft strong spells. I guess if you're drafting a priest and like you get all the good spells in your deck. But there's so many more good spells in priest. It is very class specific. Whether this will be good, assuming that the discover is class specific. Okay, so there are ways to. I want to call this a 4.5. I think. And it might be a 4. I might actually be overvaluing it, but the Discover is very, 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 very good. The stat line of this is bad, but I think maybe around a 4.5. We want these Discover spell cards. Two mana 2/2 SI7 Skulker. Common card, stealth, Battlecry. The next card you draw costs 1 less. 2 mana 2/2 stealth, so very much like the Adventurer. And it has an additional upside. The next card you draw costs 1 less. Small discount, but a welcome one. And the fact that this is a 2 mana 2/2 doesn't actually matter that much because it has stealth. It only really matters for like AoE. And not even all AoE. I like this card too. I think this is a really nice drop. It's not a 3.5, because a 2 mana 2/2 is. It's not gonna like do a ton on the board. It fixes a bad curve in Arena. That's a good point, yeah. Really helps smoothen the curve. I'm thinking around 2.5 range. Do I think this is better than some of the cards that I gave 3? Do I think this is comparable to some of the cards I gave 3? New tribe, SI7. We'll be a little generous to this guy and give him a 3, I think. Should give him a 7. He's a good doggo. Yeah, I like stealth very much as a mechanic, so the stealth really gives this an edge in my mind. One mana discount can be quite strong in some cases. Yeah, the corrupt mechanic makes the 1 mana discount quite nice. As Pilguy just points out. You could choose when to trade it. Yeah. 3 seems good to me. Stockade's Prisoner. I like this art. The lock is drawn a bit weirdly in terms of its proportions, but 2 mana, 5/4, epic. Starts dormant. After you play 3 cards, this awakens. Huh. Huh. The lock also doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Weird lock. Trash in most decks? Why? Why? Why trash? You're taking a huge tempo loss for a tempo gain in the future. This is a really bad card to top deck when you're out of cards. That is a good argument, though, Ned. But, like, if you're playing this in the early to mid game, you're going to play 3 cards over the next couple turns. So this is going to come out, and it's going to be a 5/4, which is not the best stat line in the world, but for 2 mana. So think about this in comparison to Felma. Imprisoned Felma. You're going to wait about as long as that for this to come out. Sometimes faster, occasionally slower, but not usually. It doesn't immediately attack something when it comes out, to be fair. But I still think it's strong. Skipping turn 2. Yeah, you're not really skipping it. You're banking the value for a swing turn later. It is highly dependent. You don't want to top deck it. I think that's the best argument I've heard so far to knock off some points. It can dodge predicted board clears. That's a counter argument, yes. Because I'm finding it more and more and more useful to use dormant cards to strategically and tactically dodge board clears. And this does that very well. Like, if you're in the mid game and you flood the board, you toss this thing down and then you get flame struck. At least you still got a 5/4. You control when it wakes up, so you can wait for a solid Broom turn. Yeah, Broom. I was thinking about that too. It will take some strategy to play well. So I think I'm mostly ranking these cards based on their ideal usage, like if they're being used by a really good player. Some of these cards I would rate lower if it was like on average how people will use it. And this is an example of that. Oh, man. It might be the type of card that causes you to not play a 1-drop on turn 1, so that you can get it out sooner. I'm not sure how much it will matter. It's going to be a total game-to-game dependent thing, whether it's really important for you to get it out 1 turn sooner or not. I think I agree with Taze. I'm imagining if Broom is the 3rd card that it would not rush this. You think 3.5? I'll say 3. The late game top deck argument is a scary one. And if you're putting this in aggro builds, that might happen to you decently often. TBD. Bit of a cop-out, but yeah, it is very much TBD. Like, for me to rate it TBD would be a cop-out, I mean. But definitely one to keep a collective eyeball on. You're closer to 2. So best case scenario is coining this on turn 1 and then going turn 2 with 2 small ones. No, I don't think you need to do that at all. Coin it on turn 1, play a 2-drop on turn 2, play a 3-drop on turn 3, play a 4-drop on turn 4, and then you have a bonus 5/4 all of a sudden. Seems good to me. I'm not in nearly as much of a rush to get that active as it seems like some of you are, chat. And some of that might have to do with like a new understanding of tempo that I'm trying to wrap my head around the past few months. You're not always in arena trying to have the most impact right away, although that's often a good strategy to keep as a default. Coin helps activate it. That's true. You could play it on turn 2, play a 3-drop on 3, coin a 5-drop on 5. A lot of people skip turn 2 and are fine anyway. Or here's a good one, chat. Let's say you're a warlock, control lock. You play this card on turn 2, and you wait for the opponent to fill up the board, and then you Hellfire as the 3rd card. The 5/4 pops out post Hellfire. So you can use it almost defensively as well if you're planning on Psychic Screaming as a priest or something. You Psychic Scream their board away, and a 5/4 pops out. That is so useful. That's so useful. Makes me want to bump the score up, but I'll leave it as is. Euthanasia Banker. 3 mana, 2/3, epic. At the end of your turn, store a card from your deck. Death Rattle, add the stored cards to your hand. Oh. So it's random, right? The card that you store? Three mana, 2/3, draw a card is sort of how I think of this. With a slight chance at a further upside. And it's really almost worse than a 3 mana 2/3 draw a card because it's delayed. You can't have access to it right away. But the part that makes it better is that it can steamroll and get you a bunch of cards if you're keeping the pressure up on your opponent and they can't clear it. I kind of don't like this card that much either. It's a better Loot Hoarder. That's a good way of putting it. I was thinking about it in comparison with Loot Hoarder. Loot Hoarder is an understated 2-drop that draws a card. This is an understated 3-drop that draws more often than not one card. Maybe people will go out of their way to silence it, which is a waste of a silence. Yeah, maybe so. Make sure that you don't draw anything. Yeah. I could see silencing this. I could see silencing this in games where I'm trying to attrition the opponent. Mill them? I think it's a 1.5. I don't think it's any worse than that. Because, like, drawing a card is pretty good. And sometimes it'll be okay to play this on turn 3, but you really don't want to. You're right, chat. You think it's generous? Maybe. Significantly below average is what I would call this, and to me, that's what 1.5 is. Entrapped Sorceress. 3 mana, 3/4, Battlecry. If you control a quest, discover a spell. Now, this counts for these new quest line cards, right? Otherwise, we don't really have anything like that in Arena right now, depending on the rotation. You think 1.5 is too high, Gary Glaive? What would you give a loot hoarder? I'd give a loot hoarder like a 1.5. 1.5 maybe. Maybe that is a little high. I don't know. Referencing the police, yeah. I when I looked over, I was expecting a reference to Roxanne or something, but but you mean the police? 3 mana 3/4 is fine stat line. We're not gonna have quests much. It's not really an arena ability. Too low. Oh, okay. So Gary Glaive kind of likes this one a little bit better than some other folks. Gotcha. I wouldn't give Loot Hoarder a 2. That's just slightly below average, and I think Loot Hoarder is significantly below average. I often don't take Loot Hoarders over just regular 2 mana 2/3s. Depending on the deck. A solid 3. Yeah, so if it were a neutral 3 mana 3/4, what would we rate it? We would rate it like... We would rate it like, I don't know, 2.5 or something. So maybe this is a solid 3, or maybe it's still a 2.5. Let's call it a 3. I've been given a lot of 3s. I might be overestimating some of these. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if we have side quests this rotation. Lightmaster Dungar. It's Dr. Robotnik ass. 3 mana 3/3 legendary. Battlecry, choose a flight path and go dormant. Awaken with a bonus when you complete it. In one turn, summon a 2/2. Oh, wait, that's the bonus. In 3 turns, restore 10 health. Do we get to choose the bonus? In 5 turns, deal 12. This is confusing. You choose the bonus? Okay. Well, in 5 turns, dealing 12 damage randomly split among enemies seems fine sometimes. Random Adventurer is okay. The armor sucks. Or the health, rather. But, so how does this work? What are the flight paths? I don't see them here. How do you not include those on this page? Those are the flight paths. Oh. The writing of this card sucks. Who wrote this text? It is the most ambiguous word. It. When you complete it. When you complete dormanting? Is that what you're saying? I thought that you had to complete a challenge that is a flight path, is what it's called. And once you complete that flight path challenge, that this would awaken. You don't have to do anything. Okay. I understand now. Awaken with a bonus when you complete it. When you complete being dormant? That's such a poor phrasing. The challenge is waiting. Waiting is the hardest part. Okay. And the flight path is turns from the awakening, right? Welcome, Tamikato. It's just 3 mana 3/3 dormant is pretty underwhelming. And if you look at like Neralex, Like, those are just really some of the best cards in the game that Neralex can give you. And that's why Neralex is good. It being a 3-mana 3/3 body that goes dormant is actually kind of bad. And these bonuses are so delayed. Like, to just get an adventurer out of it, that seems bad to me. Now, I'm interested in this one, the Plague Lands. That's interesting to me. The Iron Forge you're only going to really use if you're falling behind, and if you're falling behind, you don't want to Flight Master Dungar, so... Oh my god, I was misunderstanding it again. Oh my god. You're saying that if I choose, hypothetically, Westfall in one turn, that means that next turn, my Dungar awakens. I thought that it awakened in 2 turns like every other dormant, but then 1 turn away from that, you would get an adventurer. God damn, I'm having problems with this card. I want to give it a 1 just because I'm mad at it. Okay, so it's dormant that you can choose to be 1 turn. That's much better than I thought. You could choose 5. So for this to awaken in 5 turns, you get a 3/3 and you deal 12 damage randomly split. Interesting. All right, this is more interesting then. I think the 1-turn wake up is the only option that anyone will use. I'm excited by the Plague Lands potentiality. Having that hang over people's head, it kind of like a lower stakes Antean. I think it could be good. This can be a turn 4 5/5 worst case. Yeah, I had several misunderstandings about this card. So if you have it wake up 1 turn away and get a... Okay, yeah, this is pretty good then. This is pretty good. Yeah, I think most times it will be the adventurer because it hastens the dormant schedule and gets you a bonus body. I still don't think it's amazing though. You're paying 3 mana for a 3/3 and a 2/2, which is good, but it's delayed by a turn. That's actually not that impressive to me. I'm going to call this a 2.5. For a legendary, I think it's pretty average. A 205 out of 5. I think it's just like a very average legendary. It's not just a 2/2 though, but it will be sometimes, Taze. I guess like half the time it'll just be a 2/2. And you might get Poison or Divine Shield. Those are the big ones. And even Rush can be helpful. Some classes will be able to make more out of it. And now that I'm okay, I'm gonna bump it up to a 3. Because I'm thinking back to my earlier argument about how having dormant can help you dodge AoE and control board states a couple turns in advance. So I may even still be underrating it at 3, but we'll hold it at 3 for now and see how it performs. I'm actually pretty curious now that I have taken the long winding road to understanding the card. Impatient Shopkeep, 3 mana 3/3 tradeable Rush. Okay, our first tradeable card. So as a reminder, tradeable is drag this into your deck to spend 1 mana and draw a new card. It's a cycle. So if you decide you're in a situation where this is not useful, or if you're looking for some sort of out, spend a mana, send it back to your deck, get something else. I think that's a very powerful mechanic. And I'm excited about it. And I think a lot of the cards that have it will be underwhelming themselves, but the tradable mechanic makes them a lot more valuable. So, this fella, 3 mana, 3/3 rush. It's not that good. We lack 3 mana rushes, for the most part. Because even the dirigible has to be corrupted, right? So this fills that niche. And if you don't need a rush, draw something else. This seems really, really good to me. I think 3.5 for this one. I do think this is stronger than the Dungar, but I might be wrong. It's just more flexible. I don't know. Dungar is sort of flexible too. Tying myself into knots here. I like this card a lot though. So I guess I like this so much because of the initiative that it provides, or the value, depending. And part of what makes arena drafting so hard is it's really hard to draft for synergies, or you have to be very diligent about collecting the exact right ratio of tools that you'll need. Sorry, a little bug. But tradable sort of short circuits that. You can draft for synergies more comfortably, because if you don't have it ready, you can throw it away. Based on the wording, it cannot be redrawn by its own effect. Okay, yeah, I see. The only bad 2/2 is Wind Fury. Spell damage. And lifesteal. In some situations, those will be good, but in most situations, they are not. So I think like half of the adventurers are low impact. Of course, it's all situational. Cool. Nobleman. Hashtag not all noblemen. 3 mana, 2/3 epic. Battlecry, create a golden copy of a random card in your hand. Wait, Zolo the Gorgon? Echoes of Zolo the Gorgon? We found the bourgeoisie! I think that my rating for this card will go up if we can eat it. What did we rate the 3 mana 2/3 that draws a card? 1.5? This is basically the same as that. It's maybe a little bit better in that you... Oh, no, it's random card in your hand. Nah, screw this. 1.5. Like, I'm not really sure if this is any better or worse than... the other 3 mana 2/3 draw. It might be worse, because you actually give your opponent information about what's in your hand. Northshire Farmer, 3 mana, 3/3 common, Battlecry, choose a friendly beast. Shuffle 3/3 copies into your deck. 3 mana, 3/3 underwhelming. If you have a beast deck, you could shuffle cards into your deck. That 3/3 copies. This sucks. You don't even always want a 3/3 copy of a beast. What if it's like a... What if it's like a teacher's pet? This is terrible. This is a 1 or lower. This is a bad version of the spell. Oh, Dire Frenzy? Yeah, this is so much worse than Dire Frenzy. Why is it so much worse? It's a constructed thing, I imagine. Yeah. You can shuffle the rabbits. You can shuffle the rabbits? Oh, and constructed. Okay. I was gonna say, good luck. Wolpertinger. Not worth it. And you draw 1 mana Wolpertinger that makes 2/3/3s. Great. But by the time you draw it, I don't know. It's just so suspect. Hey, it's John. Good to see you. The Elwyn Boar? Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, you got me convinced, chat. Boy, I really dislike this card. It's better than a 1-mana 1/1, I guess. I don't know. 1 or a 0.5. I think it's way worse than 2 for me. Package Runner. 3-mana 5/6. Can only attack if you have at least 8 cards in hand. Cool. Good talk. Good talk, Package Runner. Enjoy standing very still, because that's what you're going to be doing almost every time in Arena. I don't think I need to explain very much further why this card is going to be basically unplayable in Arena. If you're Warlock and this is against... two of the card that discards the top 3 cards from both players' decks for 1 mana. If this is against 2 of those, then I would pick this. Rust Rot Viper. Ooh, Rust Rot Viper. That's a good name. 3 mana, 3/4, tradeable. Battlecry. Destroy your opponent's weapon. Beast tag. Whoa! This card's so good. Poisonous to weapons. This card is so good. It can be taunted. Yeah, we could draft the 1-mana 1/3 that taunts. But to have to draft a synergy pick to make it vaguely playable, yeah, I think it's still a 0. Yeah, this is just a straight up good 3-drop. There's most of the tradable cards have downsides in their stat line or whatever, or their mana cost, but this doesn't. I'm actually really baffled why it's not a 3-mana 3/3 or a 4-mana 3/4. But anyway, it's 3-mana 3/4, good stats, already average. It has a Battlecry, destroy your opponent's weapon, which is amazing as an upside. It's basically Ooze with a better stat line, and already Ooze is a nice pick. And it's Beast, and it's tradable, so you can get rid of it if you need to. Like, if you draw it in the late game, and you're like, your opponent is a mage, and I don't want to play a 3/4, so I'll trade it. And like, it's just so flexible. They don't have a weapon yet, cycle it. Or you could hold on to it for when they get a weapon. Or you could play it as a curve card. There's so much opportunity here. I think this is much better than the Ooze, actually. Like, if Ooze was tradable, then yeah, that'd be really great. Takes out all the negatives of the tech card, exactly. It takes out, first of all, the negative, which is that tech cards are supposed to be understated or something. And it additionally removes that negative by saying that we could cycle it. Damn. Really should have picked a lane, I think. Better than Horde Operative, and Horde Operative is great. Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually a good chunk better than Horde Operative. I'm going to give this a 4.5, chat. I think this is our first really excellent card of the expansion that we've seen. And it's common. This is... What is it with all these powerful snakes? I like this very, very much. It had to be snakes. It really did. Traveling Merchant. 3 mana, 2/3. Tradeable. Battlecry. Gain +1/+1 for each other friendly minion you control. Okay, this one makes more sense, because this is what I was talking about. Tradeable here offsets the downside of this being a 3 mana, 2/3 on an empty board. Merchant can be abused by Hunter, sure, or Druid, or whatever. So you put one thing on the board, already this becomes 3 mana, 3/4, and totally good. You got a few things on the board, this is, like, high impact. And if you got nothing on the board, trade it. I think this is a really good card. I think this is another really, really good card. Frostwolf Warlord. Yeah, but the part of the restriction of Frostwolf Warlord is you couldn't play that many minions before it on the turn because it's 5 cost, right? And this takes away a lot of the downside of Frostwolf Warlord. Well, all of it, actually. I just realized that Hydra and Druid of the Plains would be great with that 3/3 we were all trashing earlier. Niche, but just saying. It's a good observation. Hydra, yes. No, wait, but Taze. No, I don't think so. Let me look back at this card and make sure of what I'm about to say. No, Taze, they would be 7 mana or 3/3 rush, right? You don't want to play that, even if it gives you an 8-drop. So yeah, even in those cases, it's pretty crappy. It would make sense for them to cost 3, but no. It's really to make just like Wolpertinger better. I think this is a 4, and I really did consider giving it a 4.5, because I think it's almost as good as that last tradable card. There are maybe some situations where this will be a little bit awkward, but I think for the most part, you'll be able to avoid that awkwardness and get some nice upside out of it. So, like a high 4 for me. If whoever plays it is already ahead, they're going to be super ahead after. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Two-Faced Investor. 3 mana, 2/4 rare. At the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a card in your hand by 1. 50% chance to increase. Increase what? Who's writing the text for these cards? Increase the cost. Oh! Who writes the text for these? Do they not have a proofreader? Hire me for a day. Give me $50, Blizzard, and I'll fix your stupid copywriting. At the end of your turn, reduce... What? Okay, 50% chance to reduce, 50% chance to increase. I understand. Oh, X45E. Thanks for that follow very much, and welcome to the fun dungeon. I hope you have a great time here. Why would you write this in this manner? They might be trying to keep consistency with the structure of the wording of the other ogre cards. This doesn't even have ogre in the name, though. Maybe it's an ogre in disguise. Oh, damn, I thought it meant increase the discount. That's what I would have guessed. Like, maybe you increase it by... the discount by 2 instead of 1. But no. 50% chance to increase the size of the card. I was trying to puzzle that out, too. Like, increase. 50% chance to increase. Any English teacher in the world would be like, you're hanging a word in that sentence. What does it refer to? yeah. Literally all it needed to have was 2 more words at the end. That's true. Oh, man. Never root for the word ogre. What? Blizzard is a sloppy bitch. I guess more words, like more deck slots, might confuse new players, so. Oh, man. Yeah, this card is atrocious. I'm trying to decide between 0 and 0.5. It's a 2-4. I guess we'll call it a 0.5, but don't draft this card, chat. You're taking what is already a badly statted card with a very small upside, and you're saying, hey, actually, that upside, it'll be a downside sometimes. Good luck. Yeah, I'm confused by this card. That's right. We actually should. We hit the 50-50 chance to give this a -1 instead of a 1. Cheesemonger. Now, this is a good card. I haven't looked at the words yet, but this is a very serious man with an eye patch staring thoughtfully at a bunch of cheese. This is a good card. Alright, so let's look at the card. 4 mana, 3/6 Cheesemonger. Epic. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, add a random spell with the same cost to your hand. Okay, this is pretty dope. This is the 3/7 Ogre, but way more fun. It's Ogremancer, but not understated and with a much better upside. And I don't mind Ogremancer. I'd do more than just play with him. Than just play with him. Kappa Pride. He's handsome as shit. I will agree with that. Very well-trimmed facial hair. I'm such a sucker for long brunette hair. And they had to cover it up in the framing of the card because it would have been too scandalous, but you know he's got a bulge under there. You just know it. 5 out of 5. No sane opponent would play the spell, surely. I guess sometimes they will have no choice. Right, yeah, sometimes they just won't have a choice. Sometimes, and if they don't play a spell, does that mean they're skipping their turn? If this guy makes your opponent skip their turn sometimes, that's a huge upside. He is hot for that cheese. Too hot to trot. Huge hog for sure. He's a spy master. That cheesemonger is packing one heck of a cheese wheel. Yeah. The contours of his pants seem pretty Gouda to me. Anyway, we should actually mount a campaign for Blizzard to change this card art. A little bit too much objectification of the cheesemonger for me to be comfortable. Yes, thank you, Constantine. You're a champ. What do we think about this? This is great. It's a 4 mana 3/6, good stat line. Not as good as it used to be, but still a very good stat line. With no upside, it would still be a solid card, and it locks them from playing spells. That's really, really good. Verging on 4.5 for me. They should change it so he's shirtless, but then we wouldn't get this style. The style. 4.25, we're not going there. We're not going that incremental. I'll be conservative and say 4. Because it doesn't actively do anything on the board. So that's why I will leave it at 4. It really is, at the end of the day, still just a 4 mana 3/6 body. 4 mana 3/6, your opponent no longer wishes to cast spells. That's the kind of vague wording that I would be expecting to see on on these cards at this point. Guild Trader, 4 mana, 3/4, common, tradable, spell damage +2. So this is the first not great tradable card, but I think it's still not bad. A 4 mana 3/4 card with spell damage +2 is not good, and I usually wouldn't draft it. But if you're putting together like a mage or a priest or something with some relevant spells, that could be like tradable is the excuse to draft the tech card that can really help you swing games. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, get it. Blobby. What is it? What if they just worded their cards with like it and stuff and this and that, and we had to play them to find out what they meant? But let's say a tradable card is very, very bad, hypothetically. Let's say there's one that just gives you some armor or something. There might be, but anyway. Would you feel good about drafting 1 mana, draw a card? No, but I would feel okay about it. 1 mana, draw a card is like... it's useful. You hate this card? So even if this like was just 1 mana, draw a card, there's some use there. I'm thinking about this because I don't think you're going to want to play this oftentimes, and so you're going to be trading it a lot. I see what you're saying, Geek Bry. I think 1 mana, draw a card is a little bit more than just saying I'd like to thin my deck, because you're deciding when to use it. I don't know. And it's a spell. There's spell burst stuff. These, however, aren't spells, so that part's not relevant. Anyway. I think it's better than a 0.5 by a lot. It might be worse than 2. 2? With 4 mana, 2/2 Kobold? Yeah, right? This is not that card. This is much better. I would say 2. Below average, but still pickable. Maybe... like a low 2. We'll call it a low 2. Royal Librarian. Goddamn communist. 4 mana, 3/4, tradable, Battlecry, silence a minion. Ooh. Mwah. Mwah. So much like the last card, it's tradable and it has a 4 mana, 3/4 stat line, but the ability is so much better. Spellbreaker. Yeah, Spellbreaker was a good card. And it wasn't tradable. I think this is really sweet. And I like silence a lot. Art meh, but haircut on point. I kind of like his outfit, but yeah, the entire effect of the art is a little subdued. I think every silence that exists can be drafted, but this one is much nicer than those are. Silence has been playable. I've been advocating for it. I'm tempted to give it 4.5. I think it's a 4. Is it better than a 4? Right, if you don't need a silence, you toss it back. Every silence can be drafted, but not every silence can become a chef. Let's call this a high 4, and I'm tempted by 4.5, but we'll leave it be for now. Spice Bread Baker. I like the emphasis on professions of this set. That's pretty cool. 4 mana, 3/2 common, Battlecry, restore health to your hero equal to your hand size. So how much health is this? This is like... I have pretty long fingers. It's like 10 health? How are they calculating that hand size? I assume inches, because Blizzard's an American company, right? But it might be centimeters. Tradeable is going to make for some interesting decisions. Would hold on to this for dear life. Yeah. So, yeah, I think you're right about that, Gary Glaive. Tradeable is going to be very interesting for especially cards like this, because it's nice to hold silences in your hand for when you might need them, especially as late game approaches. But you also might be tempted to throw this early if you have an extra mana and need to freshen your hand up a bit. So that's always going to be a gamble whether to throw this away or not. And I like that. That's very interesting. This seems really bad. Yeah. A high 4, also known as a 420. Or an affirmation gesture from somebody with a physical injury. Occupation peasant. My hands are huge. Guess I should reinstall Hearthstone and draft this? Oh yeah, you'll have an advantage over us. And you know what a big advantage means. Well, in this case, it means big hands. Anyway, this card's atrocious. You don't draft cards that like this that just heal you in Arena unless you're forced into it. 0.5. Like, you can't assume in the draft that healing is going to be that useful if you're talking about face healing. Healing minions is different. Like, a Shroom Brewer is different. You can usually get utility out of that. But so many games, your health total doesn't really matter. For at least most of the game. I don't know. Compared to the hat, it probably is dwarfed by the size of that hat. That's a pretty extreme hat. I'm sad that we will not be drafting this card because of how extreme the hat is. Hand size is not the same as cards in hand. Pedantic but true. True, pill guy. Now rate the bread. Oh shit. It looks like some 4 out of 5 bread at least. I would have to poke it to be sure, but it looks really good. She's cute. She really cares about her baking. That's nice. Too bad, she's terrible. Stubborn Suspect. 4 mana, 3/3 common. Death Rattle. Summon a random 3-cost minion. 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 I think this card's pretty good. It's like 2 3/3s on average. Which for 4 mana is pretty sweet. I like to call this card Weird Piloted Shredder. What's the wording on Shredder? It's a random 2-drop, right? So this takes a hit in the attack stat, but gains a whole mana cost for the random card. That's pretty... So this is better Shredder. You don't know about this? Do you like Shredder, Ned? You think she keeps rats in her big hat? She's got like 15 rats in there. That's why she's such a good baker. On average, it will be a 3/3 and a 2/3. I'm confused why. Why is for you the average 3-cost minion a 2/3? Because I don't think that's the case. Trades badly against a 4-drop. Yeah. I really like banking the tempo with death rattles like this, though. It's increasingly become an important part of my gameplay style. You'd still take Shredder over this? Interesting. I guess I'll have to play to find out. It gets eaten up by, like, Sunwell Initiate, but I don't know. I feel like the random 3-cost minion's pretty nice. They just introduced a whole lot of 3-drop 2/3s, and you will get those much more in the early weeks in Arena. Well, I will repeat the word average. They introduced a lot of 3-mana 2/3s, which will lower the average. But if these worst case scenarios is different than average. Anyway. It's a good point that they just added a bunch of 3-mana 2/3s, though. That is a good point. A 3-cost 3/4 will deal with this card easy. In a vacuum, in a 1-on-1, yeah. If you got a ping, then you get a free 3-drop. Not free, but you get a 3-drop out of it. I think the 4-power over 3-power is kind of a big deal. Yeah, it is. But I also think the 3-cost minion over the 2-cost minion is kind of a big deal. And possibly a bigger deal for me. But it seems like for y'all chat, the loss of 1 power is a bigger deal for you. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Shredder is not an amazing card anyway. It's a completely solid curve card. This being a 2.5, I could definitely see that. It is understated by 3. Oh, like for... You mean only the first body is understated by 3 for a 4-drop. Well, but then it's overstated by 3, actually. Because if the first body is understated by 3 and the second body is on average a 3/3, that's 6. And so you subtract 3 from 6, and you get a positive ratio of 3. See how mathematical I could be? I call it Weird Shredder because I think it's just different. I actually, yeah, I kind of don't even really necessarily think it's better or worse than Shredder. Hey, have a great day, Chaos. Thanks for stopping by. I'm surprised the text wasn't summon one that costs less. Summon it. Death Rattle, summon it. We got Rain Man in here. I'm pretty good with 2.5 though. That makes a lot of sense to me because even Shredder is not an amazing card or anything. And if this is just weird Shredder, it being average is it feels about right. Battleground Battlemaster. Okay, it's a BG's card. We don't have to look at it. Kappa. Battleground Battlemaster. 5 mana, 5/5. Adjacent minions have. Oh no. Oh no. This card just filled me with despair. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, this is so bad for Arena. This is so bad. Oh, this is so bad. One of my worst experiences playing Arena in the last few months was losing a Shore Wind to a Shaman who had Mistrunner Wind Fury, the 2-mana Wind Fury spell, buffed a minion, gave it Wind Fury, and killed me on a turn that I did not think that I would be able to lose. This card is saying that that experience, one of the worst experiences I had in Arena these last few months, will be common. That's terrible news. I wouldn't be surprised if this card gets banned from Arena. Wow, I'm just discovering about this card already. I'm wishing and hoping. Common neutral. Oh my god. At least make it a class card. At least make it a class card. Because if it's a class card, then you can play around it. But if I have to spend every goddamn late game turn thinking about stupid Battleground Battlemaster, I'm gonna lose my mind. And oh my god, you're right, Ned. It isn't just 2 cards that can get Wind Fury. You can give 2 cards Wind Fury, double trade, so basically kill 2 minions, and then another card will bump over and get Wind Fury. It's not even a battle cry. Oh my god. Five mana, 5/5 is not the best stats. It's totally playable stats on curve, on 5, but what this card can do is like actually made my stomach sink. I think it's just going to like, and broken cards like Ysera are one thing, but something like Ysera's maybe a bad example. Broken cards like I'm not even gonna finish my thought. Whatever. Oh man, it just makes the experience of trying to play around it so hard and constant. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll rate it 5 for the nastiness that it can do. Can you imagine winning on turn 5? Coin out Fell Reaver, and then coin out Fell Reaver, play Battlemaster the next turn. 16 damage face. This is such a bad idea. I can't even. Oh my god. And it's common. If it was legendary, that would be okay. This is a legendary card. This is a design of a legendary card, and it would be a kind of a cool legendary card. Because every once in a blue moon, you get pantsed by this, and you're like, damn, they got the legendary. You know, well, but neutral common. Lion's Guard. 5 mana, 4/6 common Battlecry if you have 15 or less health. Gain +2/+4 and taunt. Okay. So it's sort of like the Warlock Reaver. Game breaking on turn 5. Yeah, it's bad. It's just bad, 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 bad. This card single-handedly makes my excitement about the new set dip. This card seems fine. Yeah, this is fine. 5 mana, 4/6. You don't want those, but you'll play them if you have to. And if you're losing health, it would be a 5 mana, 6/10 taunt. So like a much better Hungry Etten. I think it's actually kind of good. I'll give this a I'll give this a 3, and it might be a 3.5, depending on how oppressive the upside ends up being. Stormwind Guard. This is interesting art. It's like not very dynamic, but the like colors are interesting. The textures rather. 5 mana, 4/5 taunt. Battlecry, give adjacent minions +1/+1. 5 mana, 4/5 taunt. And there's that one in Warrior that gives you armor, right? And that's already like a decent card. Buffing adjacent minions is like really nice. Compared to fungal. Yeah. Part of the reason fungal is so good is that the buffs that you give are with initiative some of the time. And this gives out less buff juice, but the body itself is better. So this will be more often playable than fungal, but with slightly less effect, maybe. But I think this is good. I like this a lot. We'll go lower impact, better consistency. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Doesn't feel terrible as a top deck, yeah. We'll go 3 with this, I think. Above average. Maybe a 3.5. City Architect. 6 mana, 4/4 common. Battlecry. Summon 2/0/5 castle walls with taunt. This is interesting. This is going to be a bit hard to rate. So there's that card that's understated and summons 1 big taunt that has 0 attack. And that's not a good card. But 2/0/5 castle walls. It's almost like mass freeze, depending on the board state. Because you're saying, whatever I have on board, I'm going to mega protect it here, and it's going to take you a while to get through it. And 6 mana 4/4 is obviously bad, but I can definitely see taking this in certain types of deck where you're either trying to survive or like protect poisons and stuff. If you play this on an empty board, it's going to take a while for them to get through the castle walls, and this 4/4 is probably going to deal at least 8 face damage if you're smorking. But it's expensive. And obviously the castle walls don't affect the board state other than delay. I definitely see upside to this card too. I'm going to give it a 2 because you're gonna like a lot of decks this won't be good in. But it has the potential to be in some situations like a 3 or even higher. What mana cost is the castle wall? That's a good question. 2 mana, 0/5. It's a nice castle. Good job. Void Ripper ruins its day. Yeah. I like me some Void Ripper. Even giving them one attack would be kind of nice. Yeah. If they had one attack, the score probably goes up a lot. Cornelius Rome, 6 mana, 4/5 legendary. At the start and end of each player's turn, draw a card. But the start of my turn is the end of the opponent's turn. Yet again, very confused by the wording of this. Does this mean that if I play this on turn 6, does this mean I will draw 2 cards before the opponent can do anything? Is that what this means? Yes, I believe so. Six mana, draw 2 with 6 mana, 4/5, draw 2 with a pretty strong likelihood of drawing 2 more and then 2 more. So draw 2, strong likelihood of drawing 4 more. I don't understand why they worded it like this. Yeah, their art might have gotten better, but their copywriter took the day off. Your opponent doesn't draw extra cards then? No, I don't think so, but I understand why you were confused that way. Alright, I still am not entirely sure if I'm right about how this works, but if it works the way that we think it does. He's basically a 6 mana, 4/5 draw 2. Yeah, Arcane Intellect, 3 mana draw 2, so it's kind of like a 3 mana, 4/5 with an Arcane Intellect attached. In its worst case scenario. I think this is a very strong card. Maybe it should only be a 4 because it doesn't do more on the board. But 6 mana, 4/5 body, draw 2 cards, maybe draw 4 more is so much. I don't like that this card exists the way it does. You don't just get 2 more cards, Ned. You get 4 more cards because you're probably not going to kill it before their next turn unless you have to. Woof. Lady Prestor. Oh, she's got a very lovely dress. 6 mana, 6/7. Legendary. Battlecry. Transform minions in your deck into random dragoons. They keep their original stats and cost. What? What? What is this card gonna do? It's such a comical thing that we have asked what the heck is this card gonna do about like 4 cards already, and we're not even out of the neutrals. 1 mana, 1/1 Alexstrasza. Yeah, that's a reason to draft that boar. So basically, if you have a Loot Hoarder in your deck, and you play Lady Prestor, and then you draw that Loot Hoarder, it is a 2 mana, 2/1 random dragon. So if it's like Circus Amalgam, you just have a 2 mana, 2/1 taunt. Or you have 2 mana, 2/1 Give yourself every Ysera card. Ooh, boy. Most dragons do really, really good things. Sometimes if you have, for example, a Fungalmancer, there is downside to this. I believe it would not have Death Rattle draw a card, Isoleucine. I believe it would gain the taunt of the Circus Amalgam, but would not draw a card. Temporis. You know, Temporis might be playable with this because if it's cheap, then you can, like, front load your Temporis better than at full cost. Just depends on the pool with a new rotation. Yeah, and my intention is to evaluate these regardless of any rotation pool. So, give it with any given set, which is hard to do sometimes. But how to evaluate this? I mean, 6 mana, 6/7 is a good stat line already, and doesn't have any initiative, but it makes your whole deck have the potential to be busted. I think every once in a while you'll get screwed by some happenstance with this, but otherwise it's like a really strong card, which, if the game goes on long enough, just kind of ends it in your favor. The lack of initiative might mean this is like a 4, actually, but I think this is very powerful. How you doing, Frank, by the way? It's just like Deck of Lunacy, sure. Just like that. Moarg Forge Fiend, 8 mana, 8/8 common, taunt, Death Rattle gain 8 armor, demon. 8 mana, 8/8 taunts are solid. We know this because Demon Hunter got one recently. Death Rattle gain 8 armor is a nice little upside. So if you're falling behind in a game, you throw this out there as a kind of a Hail Mary. Why did they print another 8 mana, 8/8 taunt demon? You'd think they could have just made it like a different tag to switch it up a little bit. Yeah, this makes Demon Hunter better, right? The cards that summon demons from your deck. It's a really nice stopgap card, but it's just a big body that doesn't do anything but block. I like the idea of picking this as almost like a tech card to keep you in games longer. I think I would call it like a 2.5. Looks more like a mech than a demon to me. Yeah. We need more mechs to discover anyway. Demon Hunter values a lot from armor. Yeah, and in Warrior, there's some armor synergies as well. Allows Demon Hunter to keep using their hero power. Yeah. 8 mana, 7/7, Varian, King of Stormwind, legendary. Battlecry, draw a rush minion. I feel like I'm doing goddamn crossword puzzles trying to read these card descriptions. Draw a rush minion to gain rush. Repeat for taunt and divine shield. What I think this means is that if you have in your deck a rush, taunt, and divine shield minion, you play this, you draw all of them, and this card gains Rush, Taunt, and Divine Shield, right? Pretty sure that's what this means. Now, if you don't have a Rush minion, it doesn't break the chain, right? You'll still draw the Taunt and Divine Shield, right? So 8 mana, 7/7 Taunt, Divine Shield, Rush card already is great. But drawing 3 valuable cards from your deck in addition to that is mega great. Because, like, you can draft this early, you draft your entire deck around it. Yeah, you can make sure. So Divine Shield is probably the least common. You're gonna almost always have Rush and almost always have Taunt. And if you're drawing these Rush, Taunt, Divine Shield minions, those are usually your better minions anyway. I'm down with 5 for this. I think it's a pretty stunning card. Maybe a 4.5, but the way it's worded sure makes it seem like the Rush has to be there, but I don't think that's actually how it will work. Yeah. Alright, Goldshire Gnoll. 10 mana, 5/4 Rush. Costs 1 less for each other card in your hand. Okay, one of these. Let's say by the time you can play this, you're going to have on average like 4 cards in your hand. So this will be a 6 mana, 5/4 Rush. For it to be worth it, you would need to have 6 or more cards in your hand, which... I don't think this is particularly good. Unless you're like Warlock, or you're going to be discovering a lot, like a Casino Mage or something. Yeah, so this is sort of like the Clockwork Giant. Like, sure, sometimes you'll get it out nice and cheap, but it's going to be the exception. I think I agree with 1. I don't like this card much at all. I'll usually ignore it in the draft, I think. Well, Rush is valuable for sure, but... Exactly, Geekbry. Warrior has a static 5/4 Rush for 4, and it's a very good card. I would accept maybe like a 5/4 Rush for 5 as okay, but for 6 is... Ugh. Like, that's basically Claw Machine, except it doesn't do the best part about Claw Machine, which is draw you something and make it huge. So, that's the neutral cards. I actually want to take a moment before we jump into the classes to... I want to... Hearthstone Heroes. No, not like that. Hearthstone classes? Does this have Demon Hunter? No. This does, though. Oh, but it's somebody else's. I can't. Neutrals! I'm just trying to get a tier list ready so that we can tier list the classes after we look at all the cards. With Demon Hunter. Okay, here we go. Oh, good. We got the blurry JPEG version. That's perfect. Okay. And we'll change these to... Oh, I can do it like this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is 5, this is 4 and 4.5, this is 3 and 3.5, 2 and 2.5, 1 and 1.5, and then we need to add... Oops. 0. All right, we're all ready now. So we'll rate all the cards in each class, and then we'll rate the class's expansion itself. Even though in Arena, that often doesn't matter quite as much. Let's jump into Demon Hunter, then. And these are in Arena, right? These quest lines. Okay, final showdown. Oh, whoa! Quest lines cannot be offered in Arena. Okay. Alright, well, great. We don't have to think about them then. Alright, you do you, questline. You do you. Metamorphin. 1 mana, 1/2. Common Murloc. Taunt. Battlecry, if you've cast a fell spell this turn, gain +2/+2. Oh, this is a nice little card. It's a nice design. It got a little bit of a synergy with fell spells. A 1 mana 3/4 taunt is pretty nice. 1 mana 1/2 taunt is acceptable. Acceptable to play as a 1-drop if you must. But just having a 1 mana 1/2 taunt around to gum up the works on a crucial turn a little bit could be nice. That being said, it is understated. You don't love playing this on 1. Generally gets cleared very easily. Playing it with a spell turn, fell spell. Playing it on a fell spell turn, it will actually be pretty hard, I think. So I think this is like okay, but 1 mana 1/2 taunt. So that's like a Goldshire Footman, right? With potential upside and a Murloc tag. I don't know. I'm actually souring on this a little bit. I think it's like... Yeah, I'm good with 2. It's like a low 2, I think. Sigil of Alacrity. 1 mana, spell, shadow spell. At the start of your next turn, draw a card and reduce its cost by 1. It's just sort of like the hypothetical we were doing of 1 mana, draw a card. This is 1 mana, draw a card. And it's delayed, and you get a discount. In a class that has 1 mana hero power. I think it's okay. Honestly, it's like... Delayed draw with a slight discount. Honestly, it's like a 1.5. Like, you could totally pick it and do stuff with it. Like a loot hoarder, but otherwise I do not think it's that great. Fell Barrage. 2 mana, spell, common, fell, spell, common, fell, spell. Deal 2 damage to the lowest health enemy twice. Great off Wand Maker, that's true. Deal 2 damage to the lowest health enemy twice. So this doesn't kill Sunwells. It kills Scorpids. This is a pretty interestingly specific. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. If your opponent is at 1 health and their minions are at 2, it kills the hero. That has to be the way this works, right? A little bit of 4 burn at the very end of the game. That's interesting. There are going to be a lot of restrictions and limitations on how good this can be. Works on an empty board. Very interesting design here. Oh, that's a good question, Ned. Actually, I can't tell from the writing of this card if it works that way. Yeah, can it switch targets? That's my question. Because on the one hand, you would think, okay, it deals 2 damage. It's ambiguous. It's ambiguous. It's exactly ambiguous. Why did they say twice instead of repeat this? So because it doesn't say repeat this, maybe it doesn't change targets. If it did say repeat this, it definitely means that it would change targets. But this could mean if you have 2 2s on the board, you would deal 2 damage to one of the 2 2s, and then nothing else because it dies and you can't deal 2 damage to it twice. Right? Is twice referring to the minion you're targeting, or is twice referring to the act of targeting? But the lowest health enemy will change. Yeah, unless twice means deal 2 damage to the lowest health enemy. God damn it. How do I say this? If you move the word in the sentence, deal 2 damage twice to the lowest health enemy, then the lowest health enemy might change, but it's still the same one that it'll deal it to. It picks a target and then does damage twice. That's what I thought. And that's worse by a lot. Instead of picking targets twice and doing damage. Zero, because I don't understand what your cards do, Blizzard. Oh my god. I think I'm going to go with Geek Bride's interpretation. I don't think that that interpretation makes it bad, but it does make it a lot worse. Is 0 health counted as health? I don't know, man. So I'm going to call this a 2. Because it's really niche. It might be a 2.5. But if it's Pilguy's interpretation, it is quite a good card, I think. Chaos Leech, 3 mana spell, fell spell, rare, lifesteal, deal 3 damage to a minion, outcast, deal 5 instead. Okay, so this is just like another iteration on the other card. What is it? Life Beam? Eye Beam. This is just a variation on that, which is great, because Eye Beam is a really good card. This kills Scorpids. It costs 3 mana, but... So instead of it getting discounted, it might deal more damage. 3 mana, deal 5 damage. And it's to a minion, it doesn't go face. 3 mana, deal 5 damage to a minion. It's decent. It's not amazing. It's got lifesteal, that's good. I'm gonna give it a 2.5. Yeah, more healing for Demon Hunter. Call it a 1-star twice. Lion's Frenzy, 3 mana O2 epic weapon, has attack equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. It's like a 1. This card sucks. Honestly, it's kind of a relief. It's not that good for Arena. Sometimes it'll be nice, but rarely. And you the emphasis on the rarely whenever you hear that in Arena. Because in Constructed is the mode where sometimes it'll be really nice. It's something you build a deck around. In Arena, sometimes it'll be really nice, other times bad, is like a recipe for bad deck building. It's a 3 mana 1/2 weapon always, right, which is trash. It's honestly kind of a relief for Demon Hunter to be getting a bad expansion, because they had the most busted expansions for so long. Felgorge. 4 mana, 4/3 demon, epic. Battlecry, draw a Fel spell, reduce its cost by 2. So, by the law of conservation of mana, this is almost like a 2 mana 4/3. But obviously, without the ability to play it early in the game, depends on if you draft Fel spells. If you do, you don't pick this without having Fel spells in your deck already. Demon Hunter does have a hero power. It makes the weapon make more sense. Yeah, but sometimes, but playing Dreadlord's Bite without the Outcast feels really, really bad, right? Likewise with this, but worse. Makes the weapon make more sense? Yeah, slightly. It is a 4 mana 4/3, which is not great. If you got the spells, it's good. But I'm gonna call it a 2. It's not always gonna work out for you, and if it doesn't work out for you, 4 mana 4/3 is pretty trash. Persistent Peddler, 4 mana 4/3, tradeable. Death Rattle, summon a Persistent Peddler from your deck. So drafting this early in the draft is a risk. It's a rare card, by the way, which is relevant. 4 mana 4/3, Death Rattle, summon a 4 mana 4/3 is powerful. But it only works if you got a bunch of these. You can't really count on that in Arena. Tradeable makes it a lot better, but I don't think you can rely on this. You can draft 6 of these, you win. Yeah. Tusk Piercer is a superior weapon for Arena, and I think common. Yeah, but, you know, Tusk Piercer has that Death Rattle is the main reason why it's superior. And it comes out way early. Yeah, I mean, so as Ned says, if you draft like 6 of these, they just endlessly chain, right? Which is pretty cool. If you could draft 3 of these, that's good. 2 of them, it's okay. 1 of them, it's terrible. 0 of them, that's great. It's a 1. The value of this is all going to be found in the draft or not, so you just have to rely on getting lucky if you're going to try to use it. Drafting the first one will always be so risky. I'm not sure if that'll be worth it ever. Irebound Brute. 7 mana, 6/7, Taunt Demon. Cost 1 less for each card drawn this turn. Another one of these? So it's more like a 6 mana 6/7 taunt, which is good. And it might be cheaper. So this is the good version of that weapon. It's a demon, it can get pulled from your deck. Yeah, Boulder Fist Ogre with taunt, which is huge. And it might get cheapened even further. I actually think this is like... I think this is like a 4. It could be a 3.5, but I think this is a very strong card. I like it. Why do these all look exactly the same in Demon Hunter? Do all Demon Hunters just hang out in fields of green mist? If you Skull of Gul'dan into it, it becomes free? Yeah, that's a combo. And a pretty common one. Acrobatics is pretty common. Jace Darkweaver, 8 mana 7/5, legendary. Battlecry, cast all fell spells you've played this game. Targets enemies if possible. Another very draft dependent one. Equip weapon and then wait for your Skull of Gul'dan. That's good, ISO, but like then even still it's just one charge. Targeting enemies makes it much better, that's for sure. And you have to have played them already, which you won't always have occasion to do. Honestly, I don't love this card. Big late game swing in very certain decks. 2.5? I don't know. I'm inclined to give it a 1.5. I think it's kind of not good. But let's give it a 2. We'll compromise. Because, like, a lot of things need to happen for this to work. You need to draft the spells. You need to have played the spells already, and you need to draw the Jace. Like, you need to draw the spells, and you need to play them. And then play the Jace. And have an enemy board state that's relevant. If it casts a single good fel, it's worth it. Often, yes, but that's the hard part to me, is casting that single good fel. Okay, that's Demon Hunter. As a Demon Hunter player, I hate this. But as someone who has been aghast by the recent Demon Hunter expansions, as a human being, I'm glad that they kind of took a dump all over Demon Hunter here. So, like, we ignore this. Metamorphin, underwhelming. Sigil, underwhelming. Fel Barrage, possibly underwhelming if we're reading it the right way. Chaos Leech, fine. Lion's Frenzy, bad. Felgorger, meh. Peddler, bad. Yeah, this is a rough expansion for Demon Hunter. Ironbound Brute is the only straight up good card here, I think. And it is a pretty good card. But it's not busted or amazing or anything. Man, I think I'm giving Demon Hunter a 1, and it's kind of a low 1. Tempted to give it 0.5, but like some of these are just they're playable, so very tempted to give 0.5. Let's look at these cards here. Spell spells. I mean, it really depends on the draft. We'll stick with 1. Demon Hunter, Squirt right there. They do synergize with each other, but if you don't want to draft any of them, it makes the ones that you do draft worse, right? 2.5 or 3? You kidding me? 2.5 is average. Only one of these cards is not below average. Maybe two. So how could it possibly be a 3? Very weak-ass shite, yeah. You're optimistic about Fel Barrage. A lot does hinge on what this card means. Wish I knew. First time in Arena without Ashes of Outland when Demon Hunter was introduced. No Outcast cards. Oh. So this is here because I-Beam is going away? Interesting. Yeah, that'll change a lot about the class. We'll see how it feels. They still have all the busted stuff, but... Alright, I think we can move to Druid. Quest line. Some Outcasts and Skullomance, gotcha. What, you think only 4 classes basically not entirely constructed? What? I'm not sure what you're asking, Spoon. Sow the Soil, 1 mana. Sorry, I'm just distracted. I'm just hungry. I'll take a break after this and get food, but get chips or something in the meanwhile. Sow the Soil, 1 mana spell. Choose one. It's a nature spell. Choose one. Give your minions +1 attack, or summon a 2/2 Treant. Oh. This is Power of the Wild. But better, I think. Because a 1 mana 2/2 is better than a 2 mana 3/2. And obviously giving your minions +1 attack is a lot worse than +1/+1, but oftentimes you only want the attack anyway. I understand, Spoon. You're saying that most of the classes are... this release is just constructed stuff. Certainly seems that way with Demon Hunter. I think this card is quite good. It's super flexible. It can enable some trades. Or it's a 1 mana 2/2, which is a Raven, which is good. Totally solid 4 for me. It's probably not going to win you games in and of itself. But it's going to really smooth over the journey there. It'll find you lethal sometimes. Especially with that damn Wind Fury Giver card. One mana, 2/1, Vibrant Squirrel. It's a beast. And a rare card. Death Rattle, shuffle 4 acorns into your deck. When drawn, summon a 2/1 squirrel. Now, I assume, like all of these other things, you'll still draw a card, right? You'll get the acorn, it'll cast, and then you'll draw another card, right? Surely Blizzard wouldn't just ignore Arena. They're so attentive to the mode. They're so attentive, they know that we've been clamoring for MMR. Oh, yeah, that's a chubby little squirrel. Yup. 5 out of 5. 1 mana 2/1, not great, but the upside of this is pretty cool. You play this in the early game, hopefully, and then, like, you just sit around and you just get bonus 2/1s. It's 4. These are usually 3, but this is 4. Just slight bits of upside throughout the game. Do people really want MMR for Arena? No, that was a joke reference to the fact that nobody wants MMR for Arena, but, what the hell's his name? The only Blizzard developer who ever posts about Hearthstone shit. Yeah, Ixar. Ixar in a Q&A said, that there are some ideas about how to improve Arena, for example, giving it an MMR because otherwise it's not good for new players. Which is really the dumbest stuff I ever heard, but... Classic Arena contempt. It's a rogue card in Druid, yeah. It's a beast. And the 2/1s get better. Like, if a 2/1 pops out on the board and you're about to Arbor up, all of a sudden that 2/1 is better. Exactly. More free tickets for Arena. Systematize excitement about the game mode and people will get excited about it. Dum-dums. It's a cool card. I like it. Is it quite a 4? I'm going to say 3.5 for now. Very good, but we'll see how the pacing of it feels. Composting. 2 mana, spell, epic, nature. Give your minions Death Rattle, draw a card. So if you got 2 minions on the board, that's 2 mana, draw 2 cards, but slightly delayed. If you got 1, it's bad. If you got 3, it's quite good. This card's kind of nice. Druid doesn't have a lot of card draw, so this plugs a hole. Yeah, this is pretty good, I think. Sometimes it'll be a dead card in your hand, but, like, you know, you get to 10 mana, you can give at least 2 cards, draw a card, right? The green party. Yeah. It's a good discover card. That's true, yeah. And, like, it's a little slow, but... Druid needed sustain, especially... since, like, Druids don't end games early as much as they used to with Token Druid. If this were 3 mana, I would be skeptical, but at 2 mana, might even be 3.5. It's just card draw, though, so I'll give it a 3. Since card draw doesn't directly affect the board. Wicker Claw, 2 mana, 1/4 beast, common. After your hero gains attack, this minion gains +2 attack. So basically, bad stat line unless you hero power that turn. Oh, you know what? I was misreading the card. The +2 attack's permanent, right? I was misreading the card. So with 2 mana, 1/4 as the base stat line, not good, but not atrocious. You hero power, all of a sudden it's a 3/4. I think it's quite as good as Pill Guy does. And if it gets buffed, yeah. I'm gonna give it a 3.5. Very, very good. But it might be a bit of a wet fart sometimes. Before you have the opportunity to hero power, it might get fishied or something. Ideally, you only want to play it with hero power. You won't always be able to. It might be better than I think, though. Oracle of Elune. 3 mana, 2/4 epic. After you play a minion that costs 2 or less, summon a copy of it. Huh. Turn 2, Wicker Claw, and Pounce. That's interesting. Gibberer synergy. The taunt guy. This is like solid. 2.5 maybe? Or maybe like a 2? I think it's a 2. Because it doesn't fulfill the function of a 3-drop, and you're not going to have like a ton of... I think it's a 2. You're not going to have a ton of cheap cards in your hand, probably, because you want to play them in the early game. Yeah. Big bath energy. Oh, she's doing the hot tubs, pools, and beaches category. Good for her. Kodo Mount. A 4-mana spell, rare. Give a minion +4/+2 and rush. When it dies, summon a Kodo, which is a 3-mana 4/2 beast rush. Oh, this card is good. Oh, this card is good. Oh, this card is good. Oh my god. This card is good. You have a 1/1 on board. You give it this spell. It trades with a 5/5. And then you could trade with a 5/4 as well. Yeah. Oh, man. And it, like, it's cool for you to trade and kill the minions, so you have control over where the Kodo goes. But also, if you just buff something and go face, you're still going to get the Kodo whenever it dies. It lacks the really important component of Spike Ridge Steed of the taunt, but yeah. Yeah, I think this might be a 5. I think it may be. I think this is a very strong card. It's a powerful buff, and it gives you, like, sort of like Infiltrator Lillian, that legendary, pops the 4/2 out. That one attacks immediately, so it's a little different, but at least a 4.5, yeah. Either 4.5 or 5 for me. Park Panther. This sounds like the name of, like, something a white person would call themselves because they're jealous of, like black identity surrounding Black Panther. Like, well, I'm a park panther because I love to sit in the park and watch birds. So there is this guy in Japan. His name is Mark Panther. I identify as a park panther. Alright, Park Panther. 4-mana 4/4, beast, rare, rush. Whenever this attacks, give your hero +3 attack this turn. So it's a 4-mana rush that can take care of 7 health things. Or 8 health things with the hero power. You take damage to your face. Or you could diversify and send the 4 somewhere and the 3 somewhere else. I think this is another really strong card. And it works with this Wicker Claw. I knew there was something it worked with. He was part of one of the biggest musical acts in Japan in the late 90s, but he was the token white guy, and he rapped. Wow. Mark Panther. Park Panther might be more powerful than Mark Panther. Whenever this attacks... Oh, it's whenever this attacks. So if it survives and attacks again, you get the attack again. It's not like a... Oh, man. That's an extra little bonus. Four mana 4/4 rush is already just good. I think I'm gonna put this at 4.5. It is kind of close to a 5 again. Please do a review of the new cards. Gal Schecter, I've got some news for you that is going to floor you. It's basically a fishy flyer, but the second half of the fishy flyer is free because it's your face that gets the +3. Yeah. And immediate. Imagine this with the Wind Fury guy. Oh my god, Crusader. I don't want to imagine the Wind Fury guy anymore. It makes me too sad. 50% of the time does a review or add one. He makes Saki now. Amazing. Beast in the Shell. 6 mana, spell, tradeable. It's our first tradeable spell, right? Summon 2/7 turtles with taunt. 2/7 turtles with taunt. Casual 4 mana, sorry, a casual 4/14 in stats. I mean, there's a 4 mana card that, 0x25E, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Fun Dungeon. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. This seems ridiculously good. Ah, 2/7 turtles with taunt. Like, 2/7 bodies aren't the best, but this is like the version of that castle wall that can like actually deal damage to the enemy. 7's a lot of health. 14 is a ton of health to get through. And unless the opponent already majorly has the board, it's going to take them a while. And even if they do majorly have the board, you might need this to soften them up. Plus, it's tradable. If it feels too expensive, you can just throw it away. Yeah, 4 seems right to me. And like maybe even a pretty high 4. Pretty interesting card here. This card will see play, yeah. Sheldross Moontree, 8 mana, 5/5, Battlecry. The next 3 spells you draw are cast when drawn. What if you don't want to do that? I guess there's like survival of the fittest, right? But 8 mana, 5/5 is a very steep commitment. You don't know when you're going to draw your spells. So again, unless you pack your deck with spells, I think this is more of a constructed card than an arena card. Only bad card in the Druid package. Yeah. Yep. I see the value of it, but again, there's not a lot of card draw on Druid. It just got some more, but I think this is going to be like a 1. This 8 mana 5/5, it doesn't do anything on the board. It's yeah, I don't like it. Okay, that's Druid. Let's take a look at these. Now, polar opposite in terms of quality. My god. Blizzard really trying to make Druid supremacy a thing, apparently. So ignoring this, Sow the Soil. Great little flexible card. Vibrant Squirrel. Solid. It's going to help you steamroll people slowly. Composting, much needed card draw in Druid. Wicker Claw, great upside. Oracle of Elune, it's fine, and it's got upside as well. Kodo Mount, busted. Park Panther, busted. Best in Shell, almost busted. And then 1 bad card. I'm feeling pretty confident in calling this batch a 4.5. It's not a perfect 5. These aren't all great cards, but most of them are at least great, and a few of them are, very, very impactful. So pretty easy 4.5 for me. This is at the top end of 4. In terms of art, too, you got Cute Squirrel, Bath Lady, and Busted Animals. Yeah, the art in the Druid is very nice. The art in these is... Like, why are they all the same? Where is this green mist place where all the demon hunters hang out? Is it hell or something? Anyway. I kind of like the like absence in the composting art too. It's like peaceful, and the squirrel is very cute. This thing's pretty ugly, but compelling. Yeah, 4.5 for this class. It's for hell. Druid will have assistance in the arena now besides Marsh Hydra and Arbor Up. Yeah, this might mean that Blizzard won't have to crank up the quality Druid card offering rates, which might make for a better experience because you're not seeing Arbor Up and Marsh Hydra all the time, but rather various things that can kill you badly. Okay. Time for my boy Hunter. My big boy Hunter. I'm excited to chat. I knew about some of these cards, but I've avoided looking at most of them. If you couldn't tell, so I'm excited to see what Hunter gets here. Devouring Swarm, 0 cost rare spell. Choose an enemy minion. Your minions attack it. Whoa. Then return any that die to your hand. You're unimpressed? I think this sounds pretty good. Zero cost spell, so that alone makes it low rating? What? No. What if it's a 0 cost spell that's good? Yeah, this helps Smork. So imagine, this is a bad Devouring Swarm that I'm about to describe. You got a Teacher's Pet on the board. Opponent has a 5/4. Simple. You go face with the Teacher's Pet. You Devouring Swarm the 5/4. Teacher's Pet trades in, dies. You still have the board. You put 4 damage face, and you can immediately play Teacher's Pet again. And that's a bad Devouring Swarm. That's a kind of unnecessary one. Hunter, yes. Yeah, sort of like the True Aim Crescent, right? So you can send everything face, Devouring Swarm into a troublesome minion of the opponent's. I wonder what order your minions attack it in. I'm curious about that, because that's relevant. Is it play order? Is it board order? It's good if you don't have the board, too, Ned. Because what's the problem if you don't have the board? The problem is, if you don't have anything with initiative, that means the opponent's going to dictate the terms of all the trades. This breaks that dynamic. Because if they have a Hungry Etten on the board, then you can play like 2 5-drops that value trade with the Etten, Devouring Swarm, and immediately have it dead. Or you could play 1 5-drop that trades very well, Devouring Swarm, it kills both, and then you play that 5-drop again. I don't know, this seems flexible and good to me. 0 cost spells make you nervous, but they're not any different than any other spell. It's just that 0 cost spells tend to be worse cards, and I don't think this is a bad card. Plus, there's a bunch of rats on it. You can attack past taunts as well. That's valuable. That's very valuable. I love the idea that you can kill anything with a Scorpid on the board and then immediately play that Scorpid again. I think that's really good. I would call this a 2.5. I think this won't always be good, but I'm excited about the possibilities of it. Scorpid, Burrowing Scorpid, yeah, would be good too. I think that this is a high skill threshold card as well. All right, well, you said you were unimpressed. That made me think you thought it was like a 1 or something. Quest line, nope. Leatherworking Kit. 2 mana, 0/3 weapon. It's rare. After 3 friendly beasts die, draw a beast and give it +1/+1. Lose 1 durability. Okay, alright, well, this is a constructed card. I will draft this for sure until the point that I learn. Like, if I learn it's not that good, then I'll stop. But I would draft that for sure over some other stuff. I wanted it at 4 or 5. Nah, I could have given it a 3, but not 4 or 5. This is so niche. Discovering it on Kodo could be nice. Yeah, I don't think you really draft this. It's 3 friendly beasts, right? It could be a kind of a busted card if it was 1 friendly beast, but no, this is. Honestly, I think this is a goose egg. Because not only is it going to take forever to accomplish what is essentially a single card draw, but and you won't always accomplish it, but additionally, this crappy kit is going to take up your weapons slots, so you're not going to be able to play weapons, or if you do, you lose any usage from this card. Maybe there are a lot of shitters. So that would be an argument for giving this a 0.5 over 0. I'm going to stick with 0, though. Aimed Shot. The best kind of shot. 3 mana spell, common. Deal 3 damage, your next hero power deals 2 more damage. Aha! A little bit of Smork Hunter burn spell. I like to see spells like this. Doop, dee doop. I like this a lot. Yeah, this card's really good. He likes this card. Sure, I bet he does. I do too. Three mana, deal 3 damage. Not great. You'll do it in a pinch. But to get that 2 additional damage face is cool. And this can go face. It's not an amazing card or anything. I'll still rate it a 2.5, I think. But I like it a lot. Pretty average spell, I think, overall. It will certainly win some games, Ned, but that's for sure. A lot of reach potential. The kind of hunter I build loves to see this card. Ramming Mount, another 3 mana spell. It's a rare. Give a minion +2/+2 and immune while attacking. When it dies, summon a ram, which is a 2 mana 2/2 beast that is immune while attacking. So this is Hunter's version of that busted Druid Kodo card. More than 1 mount spells? Yeah, I think it's a theme. So basically, you get. It's like a power word buff in that you get a free trade. Actually, you get free trades forever because the minion has immune while attacking, which carries over to future turns. So you have a minion that is just going to eat the opponent up unless they hit into it with initiative. And if they can't get the board from this minion, they're in trouble. Additionally, if they can get the board back, you summon a little ram as a bonus. And that ram is immune while attacking. This is so good. This is really, 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 really good. I think this is actually a 5. Might be a 4.5. Like, 3 mana +2/+2, I guess is not great, but the immune is so key. And even if you just go face and don't use the immune, it gets Death Rattle summon a 2/2. And it's a beast, right? My god. Woohoo. These 3-cost spells. Stormwind Piper. 3 mana 1/6 demon common. After this minion attacks, give your beasts +1/+1. I think this is a bad card. It's a 3 mana 1/6. If you happen to have beasts on the board, and this survives a turn, they get a small buff. Big whoop. I think it's just like a 0.5. Got a lot of health, but yeah. I don't envision drafting this very much. Rodent Nest. 4 mana 2/2 Death Rattle, summon 5/1/1 rats. It'll most likely survive if you play it on 3. Interesting, interesting, interesting. You take a tempo loss to play this. In a way, this is sort of like Snake Trap. Big rat themes going through this Hunter expansion, which I appreciate. It's a good egg, though, because it has attack. Right. Yeah, it's similar to playing an egg, I guess. Yeah, I think it's decent. 5/1/1 rats can be cleared easily, but not always. And they can make trades very nice. This plays around AoE, which is a huge problem for Hunter. So let's say you have the board as a Hunter. What gets you in trouble is overcommitting to the board, trying to end the game quickly, and then getting board cleared. That gets you in trouble. This circumvents that. You can use your mana to play a little bit of extra damage on board, keep the pressure up, and then if they board clear, you still have pressure. Gary Glaive is right. These are the shitters for the weapon. Imagine a lion on these little guys. Ooh. Yeah, the problem with that is then your board space fills up. Like, the problem with this card is that if they directly kill it and you have other stuff on the board, you only get a few rats, but that's fine too. I think I will call this like a 2.5. Sometimes this card will not feel good, but generally it will be a nice addition, I think. Imported Tarantula. Ah, yes, here we are. Our friend Tarantula Graham. 5 mana, 4/5, tradeable epic beast. Death Rattle. Summon 2 1/1 spiders with poisons and rush. Teaches pets. Yeah, teaches pet V2. Yeah, pretty much. Mach 2. I don't know why I read this as having taunt. But 2 1/1 spiders with poisonous and rush, they almost have to kill it themselves. Otherwise, you get to remove anything on their board. There is no downside, it's all upside. Yeah, like the stats are still not bad because you get the 1/1s. This is a really nice card. Gonna be a great Hunter card. Don't know what more to say about it. I love the little creepy crawly theme of this hunter expansion. The Rat King, a 5-mana 5/5 legendary beast. Yeah, and it's a beast, right? Rush, Death Rattle, go dormant. Revive after 5 friendly minions die. This is a cool card, too. So, 5 mana, 5/5 Rush, already solid. We like that. It's a beast. It can trade. And then when it dies, it's dormant. And you'll get it back! 5 friendly minions might die multiple... You might get this back multiple times. And it's got Rush, right? As soon as it... And you can proc it on your turn, right? Because it's die, right? Not are killed. So you can send a couple of minions into something to proc this, and then rush it in. This is also a 5, I think. Maybe a 4.5. But like, this is... It's just going to be a nuisance. It takes up a board slot, which you might have to... I mean, it might be annoying at some point, but yeah. Rats of extraordinary size. Ah, yes, a Princess Bride reference, right? 6 mana, epic spell. Summon 7 1/1 rats. Any that can't fit. Can't fit. On the battlefield, go to your hand with +4/+4. This is the somewhat healthier version of expendable performers. Because summoning 7 1/1 rats for 6 mana, that's not really a good card. You're banking on having a board state that will give you... Well, let's see. Right, that will give you 1 mana 4/4 rats to your hand. I don't know, this isn't busted like the others. Because you still have to take the tempo loss of playing the spell. Let's say you get 2 of these in hand, and then... Sorry, 5/5 rats, yes. That is actually a pretty relevant stat difference. I like how gross they made it, eating the egg. Board space synergy, yeah. Is busted. If you get a full board and then get 7 1 mana 5/5 rats in your hand, okay. Alright, that is pretty busted. But again, you use a ton of mana that turn, but then you can probably catch up. They're having sex? Yeah, well, they like it too, so you're on the same page there. Oh, I still have 5 up. I meant not to. I think this is a high 4 for me, and I could hear an argument for 4.5. In a situation where you have 3 cards on board, is 6 mana... Let's say it's turn 6. So that's 6 mana. You use your whole turn to summon 3 1/1s, which is bad. But then you get 4 1 mana 5/5s in your hand, which is good, but you can't play them right away, which is bad. But you could play them all pretty easily next turn, which is good. But the Frogurt, it's also cursed. Ooh, that's bad. Doesn't really work with Broom. Oh, but the ones in your hand do. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Devouring Swarm. Bit of a confusing card with, I think, a lot of opportunity. Leatherworking Kit. Straight up awful. Aimed Shot. Solid card that helps the hunter play a style. Ramming Mount. Busted. Piper. Terrible. Rodent Nest. Acceptable. Imported Tarantula. Busted. This is also going to be a 4.5. Overall for Hunter, which I'm pleased about. Hunter's got a great expansion here. A lot of really interesting board space, beast, trade, death rattle antics. Look at all these death rattles. Like the Magdathal Lion is going to become so much better. Lion on this? You kidding me? The opponent has an unbeatable position. Positions aren't... They're just not going to be unbeatable after this expansion. You play this, you play the lion, and you kill 2 huge minions immediately. Actually, a third with the lion. You could do it again the next turn. It's crazy. So, do we think Druid or Hunter had the better expansion? I'm inclined to say... Druid's cards are more consistently good overall, even though Hunter has perhaps higher highlights. Druid still, yep. So we will plunk Hunter right next to Druid, right there. Crazy good Hunter expansion. We haven't had one of those in I don't remember the last time we've had one of those. Usually in Hunter expansions, there's like 2 really good cards, and those are mostly the ones that you use. Mage time. Hot streak. Your next fire spell this turn costs 2 less. It's a fire spell. 0 mana. Common. I don't see why you would ever draft this. I can't envision a situation in which you would draft this. Maybe if you're out of mana and you have a fireball in hand. Maybe if you have 2 mana. I can't even invent a situation. I can't even invent a situation. First Flame. Deal 2 damage to a second... Sorry. Deal 2 damage to a minion, add a second Flame to your hand. Second Flame. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Okay, cool. Why not Twin Spell? Just because it's not the expansion for that mechanic means they feel like they can't print it anymore? This is literally Twin Spell. But this is a fine card. 2 mana deal 4 is what Flame Cannon does, and you can't direct that, so this is 2 mana deal 4. And you can direct it, and you can split it. I think this is a pretty nice little card. Twin Spell is reserved word. Maybe they forgot they had it. You can chain it for 6 mana Pyroblast? No, it wouldn't work like that. Oh, you can't chain it. Okay. It would. Yes, correct. It would not work like that. I like this little first flame card. It's a good little twin spell. Not mega powerful or anything, but will help mage control the board, especially in the early game. You can kill a meeting stone. Still have another little removal in hand. Like, if it's 2 mana deal 4, killing the meeting stone feels bad, but you could definitely do it with this one. I'll give it a 3, I think. It's a little above average. 1 mana deal 2, not the most amazing, but I think above average, since you get 2 of them. You think they did it just to make a reference? Is yeah, maybe. Questline. Celestial Ink Set. 2 mana 0/2 weapon. After you spend 5 mana on spells, reduce the cost of a spell in your hand by 5, lose 1 durability. You need to have a lot of spells for this to work, and that has not been being the case in drafts recently. Yeah, eventually you're gonna spend 5 mana on spells. Probably. But then you have to have another spell in your hand, and it has to be an expensive spell. It doesn't have to be, but... So to spend 2 mana on this weapon to maybe save 5 mana a couple times later. Honestly, I would call this a 0.5. It does nothing for me. I thought about giving it a 1, because, like, maybe you got a Flame Strike you want to discount, but I don't think you want to draft this. Ignite, another fire spell. 2 mana, epic spell. Deal 2 damage, shuffle an Ignite into your deck that deals 1 more damage. To what? Oh. You will draw a 2 mana Ignite that deals 3 damage. I understand. Face. It infinitely scales. It's good for avoiding fatigue, I guess. Wait, why are they a prisoner burning up the prison guard, I guess? You're not gonna be able to get the keys if you're burning him up way over there. But these are not matters that are my concern. It's a pet peeve of mine because I'm an editor, and it just gives me hive to see such bad wording on such a prominent, high profile release. Anyway, 2 mana, deal 2 damage. It's not good. We just saw 1 mana, deal 2 damage, but it's not terrible. It can go face, and you might... but the problem is, so you play Ignite. Let's say you play Ignite in the early to mid game, and then you draw your second Ignite in the late game. You don't really, in the late game, want to draw a 2 mana deal 3 spell a lot of the time. But if you do, you play it again, eventually you might draw it again, and then a 2 mana deal 4, that's good. But I think this is like... I think this is like 1.5. Like a high 1.5. You'll draft it just for like a spell that can affect things, but the whole shuffle and draw thing, it's not going to do much for you. Prester's Pyromancer, 2 mana, 2/3 common card. Battlecry your next fight. This is the good version of this sort of thing. Because if it's like the next spell you play this turn, that's kind of crappy. But your next fire spell, you play that whenever the heck you want to. If you have a fireball in your deck, you're like, maybe I'll draw it eventually. And then it'll be an 8 damage fireball. I think this is pretty good. And it's a 2 mana 2/3, perfectly acceptable. You play it. It has this hidden upside that may rear its head later. It makes these other cards better, Ignite and Burst Flame. I dig this card. Yeah, and you could draft multiple of them and deal a heavy blow. That's true. I think it's a 3 or a 3.5. We'll call it a 3. It's still a 2 mana 2/3, and you won't always have fire spells. But the upside is promising, I believe. Fire Sail. It's all fire spells in this set. That will definitely help this be good. Fire Sail. Oh, this and this go together. So good. This almost bumps this up by 0.5, actually. Fire Sail. 4 cost spell, common, fire spell, tradeable. Deal 3 damage to all minions. This card is excellent. This is what Mage needed, because Mage, which was formerly the class of AoE, it's not really so anymore after the core set change. The main one remaining is Flame Strike. There's Dragon's Horde, but usually we ignore that. Sorry, Dragon's Fire or whatever. And there's also, to a certain extent, Shooting Star. But Mage is seriously lacking in mid-game AoE. And the reason I know this is because I'm constantly exploiting that when I play against Mage. I'm like, okay, we're a couple turns away from Flame Strike. I can load up the board in this way that I couldn't otherwise. I miss the old corset. It was tight and uncomfortable, but it always made me look good in my dress. So yeah, this is 4 mana, deal 3 damage to all minions, which is very good. You're talking about Hellfire here. And it's tradable. As if we needed that upside. Because it is a 2-sided board clear, I will give it a 4.5, but it's really not that far from a 5 here. I think this card is feeling a need that Mage had. Sanctum Chandler. Sanctum Chandler. Yeah, the Friends reboot got really dark, y'all. Anyway, 5 mana, 4/5 elemental, rare card. After you cast a fire spell, draw a spell. Understated with a chance to draw a spell. I think this is a 1. It's going to be hard to play a fire spell in the same turn as this. Maybe it's a 1.5. I think the upside is decent, but... Clumsy Courier, 7 mana, 4/5 epic. Battlecry, cast the highest cost spell from your hand. Let's make the 0 mana fire spell. No. Primordial Protector Waiting Room. Why? Because Primordial Protector draws your highest cost spell, and then you play this? Is that what you're thinking? Is better than this. Oh, I don't think this card is good. And Primordial Protector is meta defining. Yeah, they're not even like in the same conversation for me. The bad wording of Blizz is infectious. I would feel bad drafting this in most decks. Yeah, I mean, for 7 mana, just cast the spell, right? I mean, in a mage deck, what are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with it? Cast Flame Strike? Well, then just cast Flame Strike. I mean, you get a 4/5 body, but you have to have these both in your hand at the same time, and you have to have not lost the game because you have 2 7-cost cards in your hand. What if it targets your own minions? Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, Flame Strike can't, but, like a Fireball could. Yeah, I think this is a terrible card. Nope. Rand Magoo Antonitis. 8 mana, 6/6 legendary. Oh, it's Antonitis. That was my first legendary. Nostalgia. Battlecry. If you've cast a fire spell on each of your last 3 turns, cast 3 fireballs at random enemies. Alright, too bad this is a bad card. It's unplayable. You don't draft 8 mana 6/6s, and you're not gonna play a fire spell on 3 turns in a row. If you do, good for you. Cool. Mage, more of a mixed bag. Our first mixed bag of an expansion. Hot Streak, unplayable. Like, I got a disproportionate amount of unplayable cards in Mage, which sometimes is the case. First Flame, totally playable and good. The Ink set, I'm gonna ignore. Ignite, mediocre. Pyromancer, solid. Fire Sale, very, very good. Chandler, bad. This is bad. This is unplayable. So this is actually more bad than good, I think. The highlights are the Fire Sale and the First Flame. Not much going on otherwise. I think this is a 1.5 expansion for Mage. Almost entirely owing to the Fire Sale. And we called Demon Hunter 1, right? So this is gonna go above that. Cool. Yeah, you misread it. Still unplayable. Alright, Paladin. After these Druid cards, Paladin may be becoming my least favorite class, but we'll see what Paladin has in store. Blessed Goods. That's what all those pro-capitalist people think that capitalism is. Oh, holy goods! Blessed by the invisible hand of the economy. One mana spell, Holy Spell, common. Discover a secret, weapon, or divine shield minion. I mean, we know how good Pack Kodo is. Discovering a weapon in Paladin is a... God damn, this is good. This is a 4.5. It might be a 5. It sure might be a 5. Because this could get you Seed Cloud Buckler some of the time. Seed Cloud Buckler is one of the best cards in the game right now, I think. This can get you True Silver. This can get you the 5/3 weapon. It's mostly the weapons that I like, but the secrets could actually, like an Avenge could win you a game. The new secret could win you a game. And Divine Shield minions could be all sorts of good things. Seems decent. I think it feels a lot better than decent to me. Good curve filler too? Absolutely. Yeah, you might take it and then grab like a... You know, some like solid Divine Shield card to play on curve. Tyrion. Tyrion is Divine Shield and a weapon. So it should be offered doubly. Kappa. Yeah, these goods are indeed #blessed. Prismatic Jewel Kit. 1 mana, 0/3 rare weapon. After a friendly... What is with all these 0/3 weapons? They're kits, I guess. You don't hit people with kits. Much. Except if you're watching Knight Rider. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield, give minions in your hand +1/+1, lose 1 durability. I don't think this is really strong, Pill Guy, but I do think it's playable. You just have to have a bunch of Divine Shield stuff already. You know, like, you can play this on the tail end of Buckler, right? You could even use this to break a Buckler open, see Cloud Buckler, give, like, 4 minions Divine Shield, and then you get a bunch of hand buffs. But other than that, like, if you don't have the Buckler, if you don't have a bunch of Divine Shield minions, goody 2 shields or whatever, this sucks. Yeah, I'm with Batted Arena here. I don't love this, but can see it being picked closer to the end of a draft. But it's so conditional, Pill Guy. It's not the buff that I balk at, it's the Divine Shield part. I think there's a 1. And if you draft it late in the draft with a deck full of Bucklers and goody 2 shields, then maybe it's like a 2.5 or a 3. But that's such a conditional condition. Just walked in, see what condition my condition was in. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, what condition my condition was in. City Tax, 2 mana, common spell, tradeable, lifesteal, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Okay. So it's that, basically that, like a better version of that Demon Hunter spell. It's all enemy minions. It's 2 mana for only 1. So like Arcane, Explosion is what this is. But it has lifesteal, which is nice. Arcane Explosion, not a good card, but not terrible. And tradeable is a big deal here. I think this is like really solid. I would give this a 3. A nice ability in a pinch that won't gum up your hand. Noble Mount. 2 mana rare spell. Give a minion +1/+1 and Divine Shield. Ah, Divine Shield synergy. When it dies, summon a Warhorse. Warhorse. Warhorse? Hell's a Warhorse? Alright, I guess I'll just imagine a horse. Can't wait to summon that horse. Yeah. I think it's a 2 cost 2/2. Okay. Two 4. I can't really rate this until we know. Wargurs. Well, there it is. So, what do you think, chat? You want to summon this? Pretty good horse. I'll just pretend like it's a 2 mana 2/4, cause I don't know. +1/+1 Divine Shield. It's essentially, it's very similar to the immune one, right? A little bit worse. But not by much. And already, like, there was that 2-mana spell, give a minion Divine Shield, draw a card. But this summons a Warhorse instead of that. I think drawing a card is better, though. But you get a little buff. I'm gonna call this, like, a 3.5, I think. Good, but not, like, amazing or anything. The mount will be a 1/1 with Divine Shield, meaning that this is good for any buff deck, including the 4-cost spell that buffs all minions in your hand deck battlefield. It's a 1/1 Divine Shield. So the Warhorse is a 1/1 Divine Shield pill guy. I changed my score to 3 then. That's a lot worse than a 2/4. Alliance Bannerman. 3 mana, 2/2 common. Battlecry, draw a minion, give minions in your hand +1/+1. Oh, draw and hand buff? I dig it. Oh, I'm gonna call that average. I think that could be pretty good. And sometimes will be quite terrible. But even if you only get like 1 buff off, you're still drawing a card, which is nice. Me want catacombs! Catacomb Guard, 3 mana, 1/4 rare, lifesteal. Battlecry, deal damage equal to this minion's attack to an enemy minion. So this is like a little bit worse of a Kodo, but it goes with hand buff synergies. Really dislike the stat line on this card. I think this is a 1, honestly. If you don't get the buff, you're playing a very weak minion and getting a very small amount of healing and just pinging. Yeah. Lightbringer's Hammer, 3 mana, 3/2, epic weapon. Lifesteal, can't attack heroes. Interesting. So we've got a Fiery War Hacks that doesn't go face, but does have lifesteal. Which, in a lot of situations, I prefer the lifesteal over being able to go face. Yeah, it looks decent. I think we can call this a 2.5 as well, pretty safely. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, right. The healing in Paladin can be crucial. We are the Knights of Ren. First Blade of Rin. 4 mana, 3/5, epic, Divine Shield. Battlecry, gain rush if this has at least 4 attack. So let's first think about 4 mana, 3/5, Divine Shield. That sounds pretty strong to me. Because 4/3/5 is already, like, basically an average stat line for a 4-drop. And then if it has the rush, has initiative, runs into something with a Divine Shield, deals at least 4 damage. That's very strong. 4 mana, 3/5, Divine Shield. It'd be like better than Divine Rager, right? A little bit. Call that a 3.5, I think. Could eke up to 4. High Lord 4 Dragon. 6 mana, 5/5, legendary. Divine Shield. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield, give a minion in your hand +5/+5. Question, does that include this card? By the wording, it should, right? Because it doesn't say another friendly minion, right? So this card's great. +5/+5 is a lot. And to guarantee one +5/+5 buff in a class that really wants these hand buffs. I know that too, that he works on himself. I was just making sure. Boulevard. There's the Terralion, really busted legendary. There's the one that has to do with the amount of spells that you've played on minions or whatever. Anyway, you're likely to have more Divine Shields around too. And if you play this and can trade off a Divine Shield and then this one, yeah, this is very strong. I think this is like a 4.5. The potential for huge buffs is, well, it's huge. Cool. Even a 6/5/5 with that with Divine Shield is pretty great without an effect. Yeah, it's solid. All right, Paladin, somewhat mixed, but better than Mage, that's for sure. Very, very good. Goods. Don't love this, although it does look better with the rest of the set. It's an okay card. Solid card. Fine. And they all work together pretty well, too. This is bad. Okay. Very good and excellent. So, like, a range from bad, unplayable to excellent, but there's a couple of each tier, right? So overall, do I think this is an above average expansion? No, I think I will say 2.5 for this one. Tempted by 3 because of, like, Blessed Goods. But we'll go with 2.5, like a high 2.5. Quests will not be around. That's why I've been skipping them. So we'll stick this boy up here. Halfway done with the classes, huh? Alright, Priest. Very curious about Priest. Let's see what my other pet favorite class of... Well, I guess I have 3 of them. Call of the Grave. Death Drive. 1 mana, epic shadow spell. Discover a Death Rattle minion. If you have enough mana to play it, trigger its Death Rattle. Whoa! This is so good. Right, it doesn't take your mana away, it simply checks if you could play it. So you play it on the early game to discover a Death Rattle minion. That's great. It's a good card in Hunter. You don't have the discount here, but fine. You play it with 10 mana, you can pretty much, other than Scrapyard Colossus, get an immediate Death Rattle trigger. You can play this on turn 8, trigger a Tonk Death Rattle, play the Tonk. Is this a 5? I think this might be a 5. Because you can always play it early if you feel like you need to. So good. Maybe it's a 4.5. But I don't know. Wand Maker, yeah. Oh my god. Shart of the Naaru. 1 mana, holy common spell. Tradeable. Silence all enemy minions. Whoa. Silence all enemy minions? Whoa. And tradeable? Whoa. I would draft this card if it was silence 1 enemy minion. Yeah. But all of them. I mean, sometimes this will hurt you, but very rarely. I like this very much. I'm gonna give this like a 3.5, even though it's just a silence card. Ten times better than the 4 mana silence all minions draw a card, yeah. Void touched attendant. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where did the void touch you? Show me on this doll. 1 mana, 1/3 epic card. Both heroes take 1 extra damage from all sources. And that's as long as this card is alive, right? So this could be like a lethal push, or you could use it to make some nice trades. That's a pretty cool upside for a 1 mana, 1/3. Oh no, it's heroes. Never mind. Sorry, my bad. So you can't use it to trade. Again, the wording on these cards, man, from all sources. What the hell does that mean? They take 1 extra damage from the drinking water. I pretty much rate this as a 1 mana, 1/3, except for like when you're pushing lethal. Otherwise, the ability doesn't really matter that much. I'll call it a 2. The drinking water is touched by the void, sure. Shadowcloth Needle. After you 2 mana, 0/3 rare weapon. After you cast a shadow spell, deal 1 damage to all enemies. Lose 1 durability. You have to have this equipped, and then you have to cast a shadow spell. There's less of a downside to this because you don't have other weapons and priests that you want the slot for. But I don't know that this is an upside that I really care that much about pursuing. We'll call it a 0.5. You think it's very likely to activate in priest? Yeah, but do you think it'll be worth it even if it does? You think this is the best of the weapons? Like, it's only 1 damage AoE. Maybe if it was 2. It's like you use Shadow Word Death, you get a little extra. Alright, we'll call it a 1. We'll call it a 1 and say if you have the perfect deck for it, you can draft it and do stuff. Twilight Deceptor. 2 mana, 2/3 common. Battlecry. If any hero took damage this turn, draw a shadow spell. Now this is quite nice. This is quite nice. You'll probably have shadow spells. Maybe 1 or 2 at least. And it's a 2 mana, 2/3, which is solid. And if you play it in this conditional moment after you attack the face, you won't always be able to do it, but if you can, you get a free shadow spell. Comparable to Panthara? Sure, sometimes better. I think I would still rather draft Panthara, to be honest. Maybe not. Maybe not. It totally depends on the deck. I take that back. I'll give this a 2.5. A high 2.5. Thigh Fiend. 3 mana, 3/4 rare card. After you cast a shadow spell, deal 2 damage to each hero. Now, this card has no downside. Well, it does have a downside. Your hero takes damage. But, I mean, the stats don't have a downside. I don't know that you want to be dealing damage to heroes simultaneously in Priest, though. It's not really the class for that. Oh, Psy, the cake pop guy? Yeah. What are we rating a neutral 3 mana 3/4? Like 2.5 or 2? The 5/4 inspired deal 4 damage to each hero was really strong in Arena. But this is specifically a priest card. If this were in Hunter, well, shadow spells, but having reach and priest is a big deal. Really? You think so? To me, most priest games go like you either basically attrition them or you don't. It depends on the deck archetype, I guess. Often I find that priests are much more covetous of their own health than the opponent's. But we'll call this like a not 0.5. Pretty neutral 2.5, I think. Seems fair. Void Shard, 4 mana, shadow common spell, lifesteal, deal 4 damage. It's that shaman spell, right? Except it can go face, and it's more expensive. I guess I think another 2.5. It's nice that it can go face. It's a bit expensive. Dark Bishop Benedictus, 5 mana, 5/6, legendary. Start of game, if the spells in your deck are all shadow, enter shadow form. Hey, that's nice. It's going to be hard to do, so we're mostly rating this as a 5 mana, 5/6, which is... it's like a 2. 2.5, let's say. This card is really good in Arena. I guess you could draw well sometimes and activate it. But most of the spells at Priest you want to draft are holy spells. That's why I don't really love this. Elec Mount. Yeah, draw well to thin out the non-shadow spells. Oh, sorry, start of game. Not Battlecry. Never mind. Then this is a 2. I guess 5 mana, 5/6 is an okay stat line. Maybe that alone gives it a 2.5, but... Elec Mount. 7 mana... Rare spell, give a minion +4/+7, and taunt. When it dies, summon an Elec, which is... which is a 4/7 beast with taunt. It's better than Spike Ridge Steed, right? Yeah, Priest really needed another busted 7-cost spell. But the thing about this is, if the Priest can't get the board... I think you would rather have damage as the Priest hero power in Arena, Batted Arena. I think the damage is a lot better overall. 2 mana, 2 damage, heal power, hero power is very good. That's true, there is more silence going around. But yeah, this card is mega busted. And Priest won't always have the board, but you really just need a 2 or 3 drop, right? Yeah, I think you might underestimate Shadow Form a little bit. It's really amazing tempo. Hi, Spongy. So let's take a look at Priest. Call of the Grave. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This silence, very, very good. Priest with silence, scary. Void Touched Attendant, perfectly fine. The Shadow Cloth, the Needle, playable but bad. Twilight Deceptor, nice upside. Psyfiend is fine. It's like good. It's fine. Void Shard's fine and good. Benedictus fine and good. And then we have this mega busted Elec. The Priest expansion, I think, is quite nice. I'm feeling like 3.5. significantly above average overall, but it seems not quite a 4. Some of these are a little mediocre. But with the Call of the Grave and the Elec mount alone, it makes me tempted to go up to 4, actually. But yeah, that's good, Pill Guy. Wanted to say hi. I'm gonna lurk. I don't want to see the cards before I draft them. Nice, Sponge. Thanks for the check-in. You think Benedictus is a 4? I'm not really into it. But we'll see. 3.5. I like a high 3.5. Alright, on to Rogue. Yeah, but I'll feel great that they didn't draft any, like, Holy Novas or Renews or anything. SI7 Extortion. 1 mana, rogue spell, rare, tradable. Deal 3 damage to an undamaged character. So basically, backstab that's tradable. Pretty sweet. Call it a 3.5 from me. Garrot. 2 mana, epic spell. Deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Shuffle 3 bleeds into your deck that deal 2 more when drawn. Yeah, this is pretty nice for Rogue 2, other than the fact that you're basically playing a card to do nothing to the board. And that in Arena, you don't really always want to do that. I guess this guy kind of looks like Liam Neeson. If this was deal 2 damage, this would be a pretty dang good card. But it's deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. I don't think you can really draft this. 2 more? What? Yeah, why is the word more here? Why doesn't it just say shuffle 3 bleeds into your deck that deal 2 damage when drawn? Why does it say more? Drawing out your head crack? Yeah. Do they deal 4? No. I think 0.5. If you're like a weird aggro rogue, maybe you'll take it, but no. Maestra of the Masquerade. Cool art. 2 mana, 3/2 legendary. You start the game as a different class until you play a rogue card. Do you get to choose? That's a good question. It seems random. It seems like information that should be on the card, but... Your opponent doesn't know what class you are. That's kind of fun. That's why it's the masquerade. I see. Your opponent won't know what class you are. So, in worst case scenario, you look like a warrior and your hero power is armor until you play a rogue card. You do lose dagger on 2, most likely, which is unfortunate. If you could pick what class you seem to be, this rating would be higher. But you might be saddled with like a warrior hero power or something. And 2 mana, 3/2. It's just like mediocre. Very cool and fun card, though. Loan Shark, 3 mana, 3/4 common beast. Give your opponent a Battlecry, give your opponent a coin. Death Rattle, you get 2. Oh, kind of an inversion of that other one we saw earlier, huh? So a little bit of delayed get 2 what? Very interesting card, actually. And coins are great in Rogue. So I think that this is actually very advantageous, because it really helps with combo stuff. You can, like, double coin out a Cursed Vagrant. It's a 3 mana, 3/4 beast. I think this is good, actually. I think this is like a 3. I quite like this. Yeah, it could be a 3.5. Like, if it was a 3 mana, 3/4 Death Rattle, gain a coin, you would maybe feel more favorably about it. Although I do admit that they're not exactly the same thing. SI7 Operative. 3 mana, 2/4 common, rush. After this attacks a minion, gains stealth. Okay, so the stat line is bad, but the two abilities in combination with each other are kind of solid. I think this is a 3 as well. Always nice to have more rush, and this is a bit of an underwhelming impact rush, but if you get the value trade-off, you can probably get another hit in. Solid. Sketchy information. 3 mana, rare spell. Draw a Death Rattle card that costs 4 or less. Trigger its Death Rattle. Death Rattle cards that cost 4 or less are not going to have amazing Death Rattles. It's just 3 mana, draw 1. And you might not even have 1 in your deck. It's a 1. Yeah, it's way too situational. Counterfeit Blade, 4 mana, 4/2 weapon. Epic. Battlecry. Gain a random friendly Death Rattle that triggered this game. Ooh, now this is the nuts. True silver stats. 4 mana, 4/2 weapon in Rogue. Pretty good. And if you've had a Death Rattle minion die, you get that Death Rattle. Now, it probably means that sometimes you're going to be playing this on turn 4 for tempo and not get the ability, and you might hold on to it too long, but... yeah, I think this is very strong. 4.5 for me. Necrium Blade, yeah, that was a 3 mana, 3/2 weapon. But Necrium Blade was actually harder because the thing had to be on the board, right? This is just something that has happened in the past, so I think that makes this even better. SI7 Informant. 4 mana, 3/3 Battlecry, common cards. Battlecry, gain +1/+1 for each SI7 card you have played this game. So you need to have played 2 to make it worth it. This is 0.5. SI7 became a tribe after all. Wait. Does it count itself? I don't think it would count itself because you've means you have played. You play it and then the Battlecry triggers. This is when, not after. Don't they happen concurrently? I mean, I know one has to technically come after the other, but... I think the wording is just bad. Ooh, okay, surprise. I'm shocked. Well, I'll keep it 0.5 until I learn that it works differently than I thought. SI7 Assassin, 7 mana 4/4 rare, costs 1 less for each SI7 card you've played this game. Combo, destroy an enemy minion. Okay, so there's a salvageable aspect here. Combo, destroy an enemy minion. Okay, alright, okay, alright, okay, I see, okay. Shit card. You're just gonna be holding this and holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it. Maybe it's a 1. Like a way more expensive Vilephiend Slayer. Seven mana assassinate on the combo with a body. Combo. Keyword there, combo. I think it's pretty bad. Might be wrong. But, like, it's gonna be so hard to pull this combo off. Okay, that's Rogue. Kinda meh. This is fine, bad, meh, goodish, fine. I think a lot of mediocre stuff here. The blade is the standout highlight for sure. Not impressed by these cards overall. Yeah, this is also SI7. Yeah, you don't see SI7 agent very much anymore, that's true. I'm thinking 1.5 or 2. Let's call it a very low 2. So that'll put it at the bottom at the bottom here. Below Paladin. Okay. On to Shaman. We got what? 3 left? 3 left, chat. Home stretch. Okay. Investment opportunity. Draw an overload card. Oh, I'm imagining that there'll be some overload cards in this expansion. 1 mana is common spell. It's just 1 mana, draw a card, and you might not have overload cards. So kind of think that's super bad. Possibly a 1. Overdraft. 1 mana epic spell, tradeable. Unlock your overloaded mana crystals to deal that much. Whoever writes these cards is having a minor stroke or something, I swear to God. Unlock your overloaded mana crystals to deal that much damage. To what? I imagine to anything you can target, right? So if you unlock 2 locked crystals, you will deal 2 damage. It's tradable, which is nice, but I kind of hate this card. Sometimes it'll be a nice turn for you, but I think overall it's going to be a 1. Auction House Gavel. 2 mana, 2/2 weapon, rare. After your hero attacks, reduce the cost of a Battlecry minion in your hand by 1. Oh yeah, the Judge card. Two mana, 2/2 weapons, solid. And you get a little bit of discount sometimes. I don't love this, to be honest. It's kind of a mediocre weapon. There are a lot of battle cries, but you're not always gonna have one. But it's still a cheap weapon. You know, Headhunter's Hatchet is good and all that. So yeah, I'm feeling like a high 2 maybe. Bolner Hammerbeak, 2 mana, 1/4 legendary. After you play a Battlecry minion, repeat the first Battlecry played this turn. Interesting. So it's kind of like a better version of the Murmuring Elemental. Sometimes this can pop off for you, but overall, I'm gonna call it a 2 also. Charged Call, 3 cost nature spell, it's rare. Discover a 1 cost minion and summon it. Upgraded for each overload card you played this game. Okay. So I imagine that goes up to 2 cost, up to 3 cost. It would be nice if we had any indication if that's the case, but... I don't think this is a really good card either. You'd have to play a lot of overload for this to become decent. It's Discover, which helps, but I think this is like a 1. This is expensive, it doesn't do much. Canal Slogger. I like this guy. 4 mana, 6/4, Rush, Lifesteal, Overload 1. Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary. So now Shaman has Mega Healing before turn 8. Easy 4.5. It's an elemental tag, too. It's a pretty easy 4.5. This is going to be hugely impactful for the Shaman class. Thanks, Blobby. They're trying to ply us with rewards so that we don't tattletale on their sexism. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one to deal with if you're feeling like you're about to get lethal. Because it removes and heals at the same time. And might stick on the board with 4 health. Very likely to. So that's 12 healing. Woof. Granite Forgeborn. 4 mana, 4/5, rare elemental. Battlecry. Reduce the cost of elementals in your hand and deck by 1. Hand would have been enough for this stat line, but deck too? Very good indeed. Very good indeed. This is like a low 4.5 for me. Colossus is an elemental, yeah. Walking Fountain stuff. It's a strong stat line, 4 mana, 4/5. Spirit Alpha, 4 mana, 2/5 common card. After you play a card with Overload, summon a 2/3 Spirit Wolf with Taunt. 4 mana, 2/5, not great stats. The upside is nice, I guess, but rare. So I kind of want to give this like a high 1. Or a low 1.5. Tiny Toys, 6 mana, epic spell. Summon 4 random 5-cost minions. Make them 2/2. So this is almost like a less consistent party up. How likely are 5-cost minions to have abilities like Death Rattles or whatever? I have no idea. Make them 2/2. Given vanilla 5 drops, this is still okay. Yeah, it's like totally okay. I think I will rate this 2.5 right down the middle. Okay. Great synergy with Evolve? Yeah, that's true. My god. Unstable evolution after... Wow. Alright. Bad, bad, fine. Meh. Bad. Excellent. Good. Meh. Meh. So like a couple of highlights here. Otherwise, really underwhelming stuff from Shaman. I'm scared as hell about this. Nothing else here does that much for me. I'd call it a 1.5? Like a strong 1.5 from Shaman. Which would probably put it at the top of this little bracket here. Better than Mage, right? Yeah, maybe by a hair. You think better than Rogue? Maybe. I like more cards in Rogue. I like this, I like this, I like this. And this is okay. In Shaman, I only really like these two. Gavel's fine. It's a high 1.5. It's pretty close to Rogue, but I think it's still worse. Questline, no. Touch of the Nathrazim. Show me on the doll where the Nathrazim touched you. Ha ha ha. Call back. Less good second time around, huh? One mana, rare shadow spell. Deal 2 damage to a minion. If it dies, restore 4 health to your hero. Oh, that's great. That's a nice little card for Warlock. I like that. 4 health is a lot. That's 2 taps. Do I like this enough to give it a 3.5? No, I will give it a strong 3, I think. Bloodboned Imp. 2 mana, 2/5 demon. Whenever this attacks, deal 2 damage to your hero. Alright, more of the give and take with damage and healing. I mean, even if you attack very sparsely with it, it's still a 2 mana, 2/5, which is pretty nice. If you attack once with it, then it's basically like that 2 mana, 2/4 taunt, which hurts you. Which was a good card. I think I like this for the early game. Could get a little Monk at S later on, though. I'll say 2.5. It might be a lot better than that, but we'll see. Could be a 3. New board sucks ass. Hey, Stormwind is a very boring theme, right? I guess it doesn't have to be. Nothing to break on the whole board? Wow. Dread's Mount. 3 mana, epic spell, give a minion +1/+1. When it dies, summon an endless Dreadsteed. Here's the Dreadsteed. It's a 1/1 death rattle at the end of the turn summon. It's a classic Dreadsteed. This takes the form of a buff first, and then you have a 1/1 on the board forever. I don't think this is great, but I like it. I like it. I think this is like a 1.5. I will use this sometimes, I think. Because I like the way the Dreadsteed works. Even if it's usually not good enough. Ruined Mithril Rod. Aw, who ruined it? 3 mana, 0/2, rare weapon. After you draw 4 cards, reduce the cost of card. You know, the thing about these is now, like, oozes can work against any class, but at the same time, these are all bad, so people aren't going to draft them. After you draw 4 cards, reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1. Lose 1 durability. Actually, this is not terrible. This might be my favorite of these. Because you're Warlock, you're going to be drawing cards naturally. You don't care about weapon slot being taken up. 3 mana is a little expensive, though. By the time you can comfortably play this, you might be late in the game. But if you're going in a long Warlock game, which sometimes happens, and you can, you know, toss this in the mix, draw some cards. Discounting your hand it's okay. A strong 1 from me. Dark Alley Pact. 4 mana, shadow, rare, spell. Summon a fiend with stats equal to your hand size. So if you have 5 cards, you get a 4 mana 4/4. I don't love this. Let's say you have 7 cards, you get a 4 mana 6/6, which is good, but like not even amazing. Yeah, I think it's pretty weak too. I think another 1. Verging on 1.5, but I would rather not mess with this card. Demonic Assault. 4 mana, fell, common. Spell. Deal 3 damage. Summon 2 1/3 Voidwalkers with taunt. Like if you're getting towards lethal, you could put a little bit more chip damage in. Get some Voidwalkers to protect your minions. I dig this. It's not mega powerful, but like a 3, I think. The Voidwalkers would normally be 1 mana each, so it's like 2 mana for the damage. Pretty solid. Yeah, right. Yeah, I like the taunt in 2 bodies. Shady Bartender. What is with this expansion and sexy dudes? Holy cats. 5 mana, 4/4 common, tradeable. Battlecry, give your demons +2/+2. Ah, I see. Yeah, so not really a good card, but it is tradeable. It's like a 1.5. I'm not a fan of this one, but if you got a big old demon deck, then you can draft it and not be too upset about it. Anetheron. 6 mana, 8/6 demon legendary. Costs 1 if your hand is full. Well, that's not really gonna happen. However, sometimes maybe if you have like 9 cards for some reason, you tap into it and then play this for 1. In any case, 6 mana, 8/6 demon's still strong, so... So I'll give this like a 3.5, I think. Doesn't actively influence the board, but a perfectly strong stat line to have around. Entitled customer. Oh, man. This little gnome's name. Karen. 6 mana, 3/2 epic. Battlecry. Deal damage equal to your hand size to all other minions. Ah. So it is a... an AoE, basically. And... right? This is AoE language. And you don't really need a big hand to play this. Let's say you have 3 cards left. You play this. 2 damage AoE on a stick. I'm actually really unsure how good this is going to be. But it's like, if you have 6 cards in hand, you play this, 5 damage AoE to everything else. That's like, that's huge. For now, I will call it a 2.5, and then we'll see how it plays. It might be much better. What the heck? Okay. That's it. So let's think about Warlock here. Quite like this card. I quite like this card. This one probably is not super relevant, but I like it nonetheless. The weapon is possibly the best of the weapons. Dark Alley Pact is low impact on Arena, but this is a really good spell. Not really this fellow. Great stat line here, and an interesting possibility for more Warlock AoE. So, overall, a few flubs and nothing busted, but that makes Warlock above average here. I think we'll give it a 3. That feels good to me. And it's below Priest. Alright, y'all! Time for the final class! The final class of your Stormwind education. I hope that you'll take this knowledge ahead with you through the rest of your lives and journeys and adventures. Final class, then we can go home. Alright, Provoke. 0 mana, tradeable epic spell. Choose a friendly minion. Enemy minions attack it. Ah, it's kind of the reverse of that other one, huh? The hunter one? The final card down. Terrible students. I'll send you back to Skullomance. I mean, what's the application of this, really? You can force enemies into unfavorable trades. Again, the order that they attack in is really relevant. I'm gonna call this like a... random. Okay, that's helpful. Okay. Honestly, it's like a 1. I don't think you want this card, but it could have promising applications that I'm curious to discover. Like, you could You could like play a Sunwell and then make their minion trade into it or something. I don't know. As someone who used to play Rogue a lot back when I played Hearthstone, the SI7 theme is cool, and yet Maestro of the Masquerade is just weird. I like the I like the SI7 theme. I don't like the cards themselves, but I like the theme enough. The Masquerade card is certainly very weird, and I think that Masquerade card is actually going to make more of an impact in Constructed than Arena, because in Arena you might make a few misplays because of not knowing the class of the opponent, but in Constructed, so much of your game plan has to do with what you think the other person's going to do. But then again, in Constructed, you're going to play a rogue card much sooner, so it's a trade-off. It allows you to kill things behind that Annoyotron. That's a definite application. Like, if they have a taunt up and you want their stuff to die, but you can't reach it. Promising. Shiver their timbers! 1 mana rare spell, deal 2 damage to a minion. If you control a pirate, deal 5 instead. So a totally low impact, mediocre spell that has pirate synergy. Warriors do get pirates, but pirate is not one of the common classes. This doesn't even go face. Like a high 1 or a low 1.5 for this card for me. Rogue is now an Among Us meme. That's true. Yeah, they were probably inspired by Among Us, huh? Harbor Scamp. 2 mana, 2/2 common. Pirate. Battlecry, draw a pirate. Okay, so maybe this gets better because there's these synergies that they're building in. Sword Eater, right? That alone makes this pretty strong. Is Anchorman a pirate? I like pirate synergies. Interesting. It was me, Dio. It is a 2 mana 2/2, but it's a card draw. If you have the deck for it, 2.5. Nani? Cargo Guard. 3 mana 2/4 pirate. Rare. At the end of your turn, gain 3 armor. Bad. And I don't care about it. Heavy Plate. Tradeable. Gain 8 armor. Don't draft this. There's no reason to draft this. Gain 8 armor for 3 mana? What? What in God's name? Does this mean something in Constructed? Is that why this exists? For like Big Warrior, gain a bunch of armor. Would you draft it for tradable only? If it was against terrible cards, sure. So maybe you could argue for 0.5. Stormwind Freebooter, 3 mana, 3/3 common pirate. Battlecry, give your hero +2 attack this turn. This is good. This is good. It's like a 3. The +2 attack is really nice. Maybe a high 2.5, because sometimes you won't need the attack, but you need to play the body, and that's, like, not great. Yeah, very cute. Very cute card, for sure. I like them. In duels, armor is a build. Makes sense. Makes sense. Remote-controlled Golem. 4 mana, 3/6. Epic Mech. Say Epic Mech 5 times fast, chat. After this takes damage, shuffle 2 Golem parts into your deck. When drawn, summon a 2/1 mech. Okay, similar to the squirrels. And it's every time you take damage. I think this is quite good. I think this is quite good. It's just another one of those things that isn't a huge impact, but there's no downside and it accumulates over time. Let's call it a 4. Rokara is suddenly a pirate. Oh, yeah? Cowardly Grunt, 6 mana, 6/2 rare. Death Rattle, summon a minion from your deck. It's essentially a recruit mechanic. I don't like this card. You can high roll it sometimes, but counting on that high roll in Arena is not great. Lothar, 7 mana, 7/7, legendary. At the end of your turn, attack a random enemy minion. If it dies, gain +3/+3. Oh, word. It's like a 4.5 for me. I like this. This can get, it's just a big body on the one hand, but it does have a little bit of initiative. Sometimes you have to hope not to run into, like, a poison, I guess. But you're not playing this into a board with poison anyway. And it gets bigger. Every time you kill something. I think this is a very interesting card. It could be a 4 rather than a 4.5, but if it could go face, that would be very interesting. And then if you kill your opponent, you get buffed. But no. All right. Let's take a peek. Warrior just has some unplayable dog shit as usual. This is probably not often pickable, but you could do stuff with it. Like, fine, but you need the synergy pick. Same goes for this. I like this better. Also very cute. I like this better, but you have to have drafted the pirates, which you usually can, but not always. This is, like, nothing to me. This is mega nothing. Unplayable. This is, like, maybe a bit above average, perhaps. Pretty good. Bad. And then this is the one really good card of the set, and it's legendary. So overall, Warrior is... I think Warrior is below average here. Because of the cards like this. Every time you see this in the draft, it's just gonna be depressing. It's taking up the place that another card could be at. It's a high 2, though. There's some decent stuff in here. So maybe better than wait, what did we rate Paladin? 2, right? Is it better than Paladin? No, I think Paladin's better. Alright, well, here's our definitive tier list for the quality of the new sets for each class.